into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Ruthless Invitational tournament so far. My name is ICBaby12. I will be your English commentator today, and joining me is going to be Annie, as we are going to be very excited to showcase you guys a couple of very good PUBG Mobile teams to be playing some good games so far. And rumor has it this is going to be a little bit of a warm-up matches for some of these teams, as they are going to be preparing themselves for the global championship. So I'm extremely excited to see some of this performance, or in this case this play so far. Here is going to be 6 matches in total. And Annie, you are the expert here. You have to give me some inside scoops on all the 16 teams.
Oh, I mean, these teams, we've seen these names for like the past couple of months, and some of them are like staples in the esports scene for perhaps years even. I mean, the likes of Papara Esports, EArena, T2K, Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7 Gaming, the Xavier. These are very familiar names. And of course, everyone has their own bets, but still, before that, we're gonna be talking about the point system first. As usual, place number 1 is gonna have 10 points, number 2 is gonna have 6, and so on and so forth. The important thing is each elimination will be 1 point. So the teams, as usual, will have to balance between survivability and taking risks into going into the aggressive. But here is the calendar. We are in day number 2 of the grand finals. Yesterday we already had 6 games in the same map rotation, and tomorrow will be the final day. And this is the roadmap as well. The grand finals, of course, top 16 teams from playoffs and the 2 invited teams, as we said, 3 days and 6 matches.
Now, on screen, these are going to be the participating teams as well. We have Alpha 7, obviously going to be, well, personally, one of my favorites coming in here. But when it comes to performance, well, it seems to be a little bit shaky here. What are your thoughts on this, Eddie?
Alpha 7, I mean, yeah, you're kind of right. So they are sitting up at number 5 rank right now. And what I'm really surprised is Virtus Pro I believe this is a European team, and all of a sudden they're at number one rank right now with 77 total points. And of course, Papara Esports number 2, 59. A little bit of a gap between them and number one. So this time, since there are 3 days in this tournament, it's fine. We still have 12 more maps to go before the leaderboard will be finalized. So hopefully your favorite teams will catch up, especially your Alpha 7, Icy baby.
Hey man, for all things considered, man, it's only been 6 matches and there's still a lot of
Yeah.
catching up to do. And to start things off, obviously, when it comes to the MVP of the match as well, we have to talk about Sung Jin Woo from this match from Papara Esports, obviously one of the feared teams as well. The banner has been there for the longest of time, and yesterday their performance was just phenomenal. However, they're still about 20 points behind Virtus Pro, so they do have to catch up a little bit more. But what's really surprising is that 6 matches, 21 eliminations, that's pretty insane, I would say. Like, he's undeniably the MVP. He's literally this
Absolutely.
guy that just hard carries the entire team of this entire tournament itself. And look at this, he's got like what? 3.5 average elims per game. That's, that doesn't sound a lot, but okay, 6 matches, 21 finishes, that's in my book a lot. At least to say.
Yeah. I mean, I can't like fathom numbers that have been average, but I suppose 3.5 is a pretty high number. And I mean, number 2 is gonna be VP from Virtus Pro. Number 4 as well, I think it's Thundertalk. Anyways, yeah, you guys saw the MVPs of the tournament so far. These are our overall fraggers. Of course, Sung Jin Woo is still gonna show up. Number 2 is Voston from VP, Aragon for number 3, and Maldir for number 4. There are 3 people from Virtus Pro showing up at the overall fraggers. And then in number 5 will be Nakodai from Thundertalk Gaming. So 21 eliminations for Sung Jin Woo, huge drop to 16 for our number 2 and number 3. So 3.5 average eliminations. I think that's like the more fathomable number,
Yeah,
21.
I guess. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Also, after seeing this scoreboard, I was like, oh, okay, one guy fragging out a lot, or would you get 3 guys who kind of balance between the teammates themselves? So Virtus Pro definitely playing really, really well in this scenario. And on the screen as well, we have the overall rankings. They are sitting at 77 points. However, this point systems will change throughout the days as well. And we know for a fact, first game Rondo, anything can happen. Are we looking for the massive drop collisions? Are we playing a little bit safe? I don't know. Things haven't been looking good for some of the veterans as well, in particular teams at the bottom, especially from Weibo Gaming, also another good team that you have to be watching out for as well. There has been a lot of hype towards these teams, but yesterday things weren't looking good for them. 19 points in 6 matches it's kind of weird,
What is that? 6 about 3 points per match, which is I don't know, I kind of expected a lot more from Weibo Gaming, even Team Flash and Alliance as well. But of course, it was still day number 1, and I really hope things change for day number 2 and day number 3. And yes, these are today's matches. This is rather the map schedule. That is Rondo, 3 ERANGELs, and 2 Miramars. So I see. Have you ever heard of Rondo, the wonderful map where you can recall even though
Yeah,
you've already been eliminated?
Yeah, obviously I have played Rondo. I do know what Rondo is, but I'm curious to
Yeah.
see how the strategies are going to be like in a sense where do they go for this aggressive 3-1 splits, or are they just gonna hard commit and commit to those fight, or are they gonna just play safe right the get go, just completely ignore the recall and then play it with circle 4, circle 5? So I have a rough idea, but Alpha 7 is going to be one of the top performers here. And again, there is a specific reason why I'm kind of biased towards Alpha 7 right from the get-go. And well, the stats there is going to be there, but our prediction so far, apparently none of us has gotten our predictions right. Well, in my sense, I have not made any predictions, so I do not know. Production team's got 1 correct so far, so okay, I don't know. Like, what's your predictions, Annie?
I think I'm gonna go for maybe Influence Rage this time. I'm not sure, but I hope they win. How about you?
Well, definitely gonna be Alpha 7, right? I've been talking about Alpha
Alright.
7.
Oh, yeah, that's
also is gonna be my guy watching out for here. But of course, we do have to talk about other teams as well. Like I think Alpha Gaming is also gonna be a team that I have to be watching out as well. There has been a lot of hype coming in from them. Top is gonna be one of the top contenders. There was also a couple of reshuffles coming in towards Alpha Gaming, so I do not know if it was intended or are they trying something out. And of course, when it comes to preparations as well, like are they trying to make some sneaky strategies coming into this before the globals, of course. But yeah, aside from that, you know what's really surprising for me? The defending champions of last year's global, Dplus KIA, just completely in the gutter this past 6 days. I do not know if it's worn out or I do not know they're just tired. Or something is going on with some of these teams, because we are watching 16 of the best teams from around the world competing right here, and I'm not seeing the things that I'm liking for some reason based on this scoreboard. I don't know what you think, Annie. You tell me.
Yeah. I mean, you already said that about Alpha 7, so totally understandable. There were some really great names that did well in the previous seasons, and all of a sudden, I don't know what changed. So, you know what? I hope they bounce back from whatever's holding them back. But before that happens, yes, once again, this is day number 2, match number 7 of this 3-day grand finals. And yes, we're going to be going on to the Rondo. It's going to be just one flight path from north to south, and everyone's going to be dropping in a few seconds, I suppose.
Yeah, this is going to be a very balanced one as well. We're not going to be seeing that dual flight path coming in from this map at least, but I'm really looking for those hot drops right from the get-go. I know Test Track has been really popular these days. Arguably usually 3 to 4 teams, just because there's 3 recall towers down to the south side, so it's relatively close for teams to actually rejoin the fight and then trying to extend it. Now the question here is how many teams is going to drop this game now. We know for a fact usually first times things can get a little bit messy, so I would say at least from what I'm seeing on screen now, I think there's 4 teams actually heading towards Test Track. So that's going to be a very aggressive gameplay right from the get-go now.
Yeah, and to think there are recall towers on Rondo, if they go give 3 players on the aggressive and just 1 player standing by on recalls, then they can go as aggressive as they want, especially in the first part of the game. And here we're already seeing a couple of eliminations here and there. In fact, we're gonna be seeing, I believe this is Sung Jin Woo already knocked down. Red Bull already sent back to the lobby, so not to worry. This is still Rondo, so as long as there's 1 person out there that's kind of on standby for the recall tower, it's all gonna be fine.
Yeah, for all things considered as well, it seems like there is a huge party in Test Track as well. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My maths is bad, but at least 5 teams here gonna be looking for a little bit of elimination spree here. But at the same time, Papara Esports is gonna be the ones that get first shut down first here. Star-studded player Sung Jin Woo from this game completely shut down, and we also see Luke third party from afar. Nice snipes there coming from Rato Boy, and in this case he's got a very nice angle to work with, but he needs to get out of this sticky situation here. The rooftop is great and all, but in terms of ammunition, he does not have a lot of cover to work with, because as of yet he is right on the edge of the compounds. His next compound is going to be in the crosshairs of everybody else inside those buildings, so he has to play this a little bit safe. Meanwhile, we have to take a look on towards the outskirts of this Test Track as well. It is going to be on Kunxia Town. We do see Alpha 7 going up against Alliance here, and Alliance down towards their last 2 player, and All For One is now down towards 1 player left from Alliance, and Alpha 7 gets a cleanup right there. And now we jump back into a Test Track. What am I watching? There's so much action here, Annie.
Oh my gosh, this is the beauty of a Rondo. You can go all out as long as you have someone standing by, holding the team together. And of course, we're going to be watching out for any other eliminations. So we have a lot of casualties from the Test Track. Over here, we're going to have Deek Savior on our screens. There's EArena nearby. It's going to be Chua Ult and Nade C that's going to be left from this team. And I don't know where the other teammate is. They're probably going to be going to that recall tower. But over here, still Papara Esports going to be throwing that grenade. Not going to be taking any damage from the other side. guess we're gonna have to keep watching because this area over here, this is gonna clear out after all these teams kind of like fight it out, and it's not going to be included in the stage 1 circle, so they're going to be forced to make moves, and then otherwise after they wipe each other out, they'll have to rotate within the play zone.
Yeah, Neox Factory is such a hard drop right now, but seems like Vampire Esports, they are going to be doubling down on their fight here in Neox Factory as well. They've used their first recall, so this time they are playing this a little bit safe because the moment some of their players actually get taken out, that means this is it for Rondo for them. Vampire, they have had a good run. They were in the top 2, but if they do not clean out everybody here in Neox Factory, they are in a lot of trouble. And based on the circle here, you can see it is going to force them into as a hot west shift as well. They need to get out very, very quickly here. However, look at this. Vampire, they get a nice knock, but they do themselves a couple of trades themselves. So that is going to be a little bit of a scuffle that they need to try and regroup this here. You can see Sung Jin Woo looking for a couple of pushes. Does not have a lot of ammunition to work with, but will he be able to win his duel? Yes, he does. Great sprays, great confirmations. That's 2 points in the bag for Sung Jin Woo once more. Mr. Reliable for Vampire.
Absolutely, and it's no wonder why this team rather is sitting at a number 2, and they're slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboards this time, and Virtus Pro is still a little bit behind in terms of eliminations, but over here I8 going up against, speak of the devil, it's a Virtus Pro as well, so it looks like ERANGEL's kind of crawling into the ground, needing that revive, and I think they can still go ahead and give that revive instead of going for the recall tower. Over here, Vasani is just trying to get into position, and it looks like Vampire Esports, all the while somewhere in the test track, they're on their domination already with their 5th elimination. Absolutely insane. There we go. Team Flash, 1 down. That's Azus getting finished off, and I'm not sure how the rest of Team Flash is doing, but they definitely need one more person to kind of go to that recall tower. But over here, Inner Circle versus Virtus Pro, jump shot, and that's T2 OP falling, and that's actually a full team elimination on their side.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate here. We do have our first team eliminated from this game. 15 teams remaining. But when it comes to recalls as well, there is still a lot of possibility coming from some of these teams. But for now, Virtus Pro still extending their fight in Neox Factory. We're down towards the last 3 teams, and Vampire Esports is doubling down on making sure that all 4 of them makes it out alive. And look at this, the first knock in, Boston down. Virtus Pro going to be looking to push from the top, and here comes the rush. And look at this, Meow, he's holding them down in the corner as well. They're all getting funneled in. He's buying a lot of time. He needs his teammates, but here comes the flush, and ERANGEL won't be able to take him out. So that's Vampire Esports losing the star player, but Sung Jin Woo now on his own there. His 2 of his teammates is down out pretty low, and looks like he's going to try and play clean up by himself. What are you watching? He is undeniably the solo warrior right now.
Oh my gosh. Sung Jin Woo from Vampire Esports, absolutely insane. I think Sung Jin Woo is Sony K, I'm not sure. But then yeah, absolutely insane player. And it's no wonder that Vampire Esports is sitting at number 2 and they're climbing steadily. That's 6 points already, 6 eliminations. And it's only in a matter of time that maybe they'll go ahead and catch up with Virtus Pro. But otherwise, yes, Virtus Pro is also doing really well with 4 eliminations. And in fact, it's gonna be 2 versus 1. Vampire Esports versus Virtus Pro, the 2 titans of this tournament. A shot coming in, Diana is gonna be knocked down, but there's still ERANGEL. What was that? 2 versus 1, and it's Sung Jin Woo, the absolute solo leveling hero, taking down 2 all by themselves. Absolutely insane performance right there.
Am I watching a tournament right now? Like, am I watching, just the Sung Jin Woo arc right now? Because this does not feel like a PUBG Mobile tournament at all, because he's undeniably the strongest hero in this entire tournament right now. Like, what am I watching? Like, how is Vampire still alive despite being one of the first teams to get taken out in Neox Factory? They recalled, doubled down, went in for the push again, and somehow, miraculously, Sung Jin Woo is able to clean out a majority of the teams. But again, as much as I love my hero moments here, they're still outside the zone. Let's talk about teams inside the zone now. We have ABG, we have A7. They've made a lot of early rotations in. Not a lot of big scuffles here. And A7 is going for a 2-2 split down towards Jiaotin as well. So a lot of teams are playing the macro gameplay. They are making a lot of preparations coming in. But Song Jinwoo is still on his arc. He's down to his last health. And I think he's going to bleed out his zone here. No, wait. Why is he not dying?
What?
Okay, his stun. That's his mistake. Finally goes down. That is just...
A real vampire. We were just watching Sunjin solo everything, and I'm pretty sure from the looks of the leaderboards, the rest of their team is alive. I don't know what this guy's doing. It's just going on their own side quest, but it worked out as well. I mean, they got a lot of points. In fact, they have 8 eliminations as of the moment. Papara Esports, absolutely insane performance. They're definitely catching up to Virtus Pro. But right now, we're going to be watching T2K towards this area. I think they are within the circle, so we're going to be seeing a bit of a clustering this time as teams slowly rotate into the area. Look at here, it's Skyforce with this Cart Titan skinned car. I absolutely love that. And they're just gonna be going in for some smokes and repositioning themselves. And well, they are still up by 2 eliminations, so they have quite a long way to go, especially if they want to kind of catch up to Papara Esports. There's a bunch of shots coming in from Alpha Gaming. Reference doesn't find a knockdown, however.
Yeah, it seems like Alpha Gaming is expecting the circle to shift down towards an urban warfare, so we are going to be expecting potentially a city fight coming in here. But there are a lot of open fields coming up, so they do have to start making preparations for a couple of ditch fights here. But Refuse, ooh, that's a nice shot there onto his Geek, and Git now forced to take a little bit of pit stop here to try and reset his way through, and Refuse continues on the pummels there. That's a lot of damage being chipped away onto his Geek there. As Alpha Gaming is going to be playing the economy game this time, not looking for frags. He is looking to try to set Geek outside in a couple of kill boxes themselves. And right now, Geek, they're pretty much stuck here. Like, if they want to go for an exit right now, they do have to use a lot of smokes to try and get them out here. Nizzard pretty much stuck on the side here. Refuse continuing on this pummel, but aside from Alpha Gaming trying to lock Geek in their place here, Weibo Gaming instead gets picked off from the sides as T2K Esports finds Sook on the sides here. Very, very unfortunate here. I was expecting to see a potential bull play in Rondo coming from Sook, but he is going to be taken out.
Okay. Oh, well, it looks like Thundertalk Gaming is a little bit in trouble just from the looks of the kill feed. I think we're seeing a little bit of action from Team Flash as of the moment, but that circle is going to be closing in, and there's several other teams that still have a way yet to go to get into the play zone. But over here, we're seeing a player. I didn't quite catch their name, but they got shot down just now, and I believe this is Weibo Gaming's order. There's T2K to worry about as well. KI is gonna be holding on to that grenade, but so there's a knockdown inside of T2K. It's gonna be Venom falling down by the gun, and that's a finisher as well from KI, and that's Weibo Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. They have 2 eliminations as of the moment. I think when they spot the last player, that would be Igneous, trying to get away from this situation, and they're gonna be all over as long as T2K manages to get away with just 1 player. It's all fine as long as they still have the recall tower. But as of the moment, they definitely have to reset after that. And Weibo Gaming, unfortunately, they let 1 get away, and they'll definitely see another round of the game later on after the recall.
Yeah, this is just insane gameplay coming from them. But at the same time, they are going to be forced to play out in open as well. This is going to be a very tricky circle to play with. Circle is not exactly in city, so they do need to secure those vehicles and a couple of nice ditches themselves. But the problem is they are going to be very, very in trouble because they need to find a very, very safe spot as well. Those emergency deploy kits is going to be very, very important for them to try and bunker into the fight. They have layered their defense and offense here. But let's take a look at what Alliance is doing. They are on the edge of the zone and they have to push in. And right now, they are caught in a crosshair of at least 3 teams, including Weibo Gaming, who's trying to make an entry from the south side. But on screen now, we do see Flash going on a rush, and ASI8 pretty much caught out in the open as they go in for a clean sweep from the west side, but they're not exactly in zone. And interesting enough, Team Flash are just pushing everybody in every corner very quickly here. Not exactly sure what's the game plan, but it seems like Win does not have a vehicle. Or maybe I just do not have the angles to work with, but at the same time, Southeast corner, Vampire also trying to make an entry point, and they are run into its influence range, and here comes the rush, and Miaula is able to clean them out. What is this? Vampire Esports is cleaning them all out, and Law now goes for an easy spray from afar, chips away at Vampire, but he himself gets chipped away, and Sung Jin Woo is back again once more. He was not taken out. They actually had a recall tower. All right. I thought Sunji was confirmed completely. And look at Sunji Woo.
Not the case.
Okay, right, sure. Okay, whatever, man. Sungjin Woo. Yeah, this guy is just goated right now. What, like, you know? Now you see me. Yeah. You're just peanuts in front of me right now. Get the heck out of here.
We're just living in Sung Jin Woo's world. We are just his NPCs. But over here, we're gonna be watching out Sung Jin Woo. Oh my gosh, this guy's gonna be finished off by the play zone. That's the only thing that could take this guy down, the game itself. But that's quite unfortunate. But still, Vampire Esports exited with a bang with 11 points in particular. But that just gives a Virtus Pro enough time to put a lot of gap between them. And there's also Thundertalk Gaming, still 58 points, still a long way to go before they catch up to Vampire Esports. But still, we're going to be watching another team nearby. That's going to be Weibo Gaming cleaning the floor up. And with that, they got some pretty free points for themselves. But they are getting shot at by Virtus Pro. Where are these guys? Not quite sure. There's also A7. I can see their logos nearby, but I'm not sure what's happening over here. There's a bunch of revives happening. Okay, there's Virtus Pro. Where are these guys? They're having some really long shots. There's a grenade coming in, and the Weibo Gaming is just huddled into one area, all the while Arrogance putting a lot of sprays to their vicinity.
Yo, what a save from Weibo Gaming as well. That jump pickup animation just to cancel that small little detail there to try to get him to safety was so insane. And on top of it all, they needed to save that drop crate weapon as well, just to try and fire off a couple of vehicles for the later stage game. So Weibo Gaming, they've made a couple of very, very nice plays come so far, and because of that, they are smack, well, almost near center of the zone right now. So all they need to do is just wait out all these teams on the outside to finish up the fight. And speaking of all these teams here, AVG going to be one of those teams you have to walk out as well. In this case, Alpha Gaming is not going to be, well, in a lot of happy scenarios right now, as the nades are coming in from SF to try and delay them. A lot of nades are going to be pummeled in. Vehicles slightly damaged, but no connection so far from Skyforce. It seems like Skyforce, they are going to try and back out from this fight, as Alpha Gaming and Alpha 7 has got them completely leaked down. But with those nades, hopefully it is going to buy them enough time to push through. Seems like as soon as they push through, Refuse is able to scout them out on the sides there. No sneaking in, no license, no entry, brother. No license, no entry.
There's a couple of sprays more from Geekay Esports this time, and we're gonna be watching out as to how this is gonna end up. Alpha Gaming top is gonna be quite low on health. A little bit worried for these guys. Still at 3 eliminations, and we're already 17 minutes into the game, so they gotta work a little bit harder in order to really maximize this Rondo map. But over here, we're gonna be seeing the drone shot of Alpha Gaming. There's also Geekay Esports nearby, and Skyforce, of course, towards our western part. Alpha Gaming has a bit of the numbers advantage at this rate. A bunch of grenades coming in. Rylene doesn't take much damage from that point, and it looks like there's some sprays, some damage coming in. In fact, Alpha Gaming's Refus is gonna fall together with Zayol. Doc is taking a bit of damage. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of worried about Alpha Gaming, what is happening over here, and that is an entire elimination of a team, one after the other. They're gonna get eliminated off, and I think we're down to maybe 10 teams left. And we're going to be going into another circle. There's Weibo Gaming smack in the middle. A7 towards the edge of the play zone. EArena still inside. Skyforce could potentially gatekeep this area from Geek Esports. So we're just going to be keeping watch as to how this is all going to be developing later on.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But Weibo Gaming has got the perfect circle this game as well. They were able to secure that LMG in play as well. So right now, they are the biggest target inside the zone. But again, that's for the later stages of the game for the teams to worry about as well. As soon as those vehicles trying to drive by, you are going to be expecting a firing squad from Weibo Gaming to try and catch them out in the open. And obviously, those emergency covers are going to be very, very important here. SF already docking in here to try and gatekeep the teams on the east side. Gate going to be pushing from two angles from the sides, but unfortunately will not find an angle yet. Meanwhile, same can be said from the west side. We do see have Flash going to be trying to clean up the rest of I8 as well as maybe VPE as well, who in this case Virtus Pro is trying to stop their entry points to try and find the next best spot. In this case, not a lot of information to work with, as you can see on the zone itself, or in this case, the terrain itself. It's just open fields after open fields. They're trying to reposition as quickly as they can from cover to cover, or in this case, best case scenario, set up a couple covers themselves, because it seems like Virtus Pro scouts out Alliance there, as they may consider try and push this as well alongside with Team Flash.
Making their entry. Alliance versus Team Flash 1-2. It's gonna be Holland that's gonna be falling by the hands of Win. Team Flash on the domination, but ASI gets caught up into Bose's crossfire as well, and it looks like there's a full elimination and that in that point. But here SF still alive, still Skyforce, still within the crosshairs of Geek, and it looks like they'll be finished off as well. But Geek is taking a bit of damage. I'm not sure where it's coming from. But there's a lot of teams nearby already. We're already at the stage 5 circle, so you'll expect that there's a lot of things that will be happening really, really fast and all over the place. In fact, Weibo Gaming with the 4x scope, trying to see if they can get a kick out of Ragnarok. Gonna be going for that knockdown. Tops is taking a lot of damage. Alliance, I think they just got eliminated off just like that. Team Flash with the 8 eliminations already. They definitely need those points. They are on the double digits on the ranks, so they have to catch up on points.
Yeah, the nades are coming in from Virtus Pro as well. Flash made the right call to go in for a quick push, cleans out lines, takes out their small little pit stop, or in this case, a small little hunker down camp spot, but it is kind of exposed as well. And Alpha 7 looking to try and chime in while Flash is weak as they push through. But while this is happening, Virtus Pro made a little bit of pick off here as well. Carrillo is down, Zeus is down. This is a massive fight between Alpha 7 and Team Flash, and Flash doing a fantastic job of just completely shutting them down. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 was picked off apart, and from afar, Weibo Gaming was also chipping away as well. This is a very, very brutal circle from every single team coming from the south side, but VPE doing a fantastic job of just making sure that none of these teams has an easy route in, and Flash doing a fantastic defense here. Aragon was picked off, tried to get a little bit sneaky to try and chime in to get a couple of eliminations themselves, but Team Flash was right on the money. Fantastic defense, but they still need to push inside the zone here, Annie. This is a big problem for Flash. And while this is happening, even Thundertalk Gaming, they're going to be chiming in from outside. What is going on? There's just so many third-party opportunities coming in from all these teams.
Oh my gosh, it's an absolute mess. And we're still Thundertalk Gaming. This is a pretty strong team, but they're being really quiet in this Rondo map. But here, Team Flash, they're finally catching up with 10 eliminations on their side. And of course, VP, the top contender so far in this tournament, is still up and about. A7 still here. Gets probably spotted by Team Flash, and with that vehicle elimination, we're down to 5 teams, and that will be Thundertalk Gaming, Team Flash, Weibo Gaming, Geek, and Virtus Pro. Absolutely amazing teams. In fact, there are 3 teams rather that still have a full squad. VP's down to 2, Geek is down to 3, and so most of our predictions could probably go to maybe Team Flash. They have an amazing track record so far with the 10 eliminations, but of course Weibo Gaming is also a strong contender, as well as Thundertalk Gaming. So okay, there's also the inventory. Team Flash, it looks like they have 15 grenades, so that's definitely going to be useful. A little bit worried for Weibo Gaming's 5 grenades, especially towards the final portion of the map. So you know what? Let's just keep on watching and see what Team Flash will do, because right now we're gonna be seeing them putting a little bit of sprays on Geek.
Yeah, Circle 5 was one of the reasons why every single team was pretty much pushed on towards these corners on the side and edges from west and north, is because of how Geek has been holding down that high ground for the longest time, right? They set up like, what, a massive Dorito defense for the longest of time. And all they did was just peek through one of those Doritos angles, which in this case had like, what, 6, 7, 8, 9 different angles to just look across from the entirety of the map. And every single team was dodging them. And now the remaining teams have realized that Geek does not have that advantage now. So it is going to be a battle of skill now. No longer about setup, no about position. It's all about gunpowder. It seems like Flash, they are going to make their first attempt here and push onto his Virtus Pro. They won the first fight. They took one out. They know for a fact that they are relatively weak. And now Boston, pretty much the last player left from Virtus Pro. And he's got a lot of heavy lifting to work, and you can see the suppressed fires are coming in. He is going to be cleaned out, but Bo is keeping tabs as well, as the third party may come in, but the cleanup is here. Flash cleans them all out, but here comes the third party as TTA comes in, or in this case Thundertalk Gaming, looking to try and chime in, and that is going to be 2 knocks. Perfect execution, but what happened? What a nade from Tops to take 2 down. What a support coming from Flash. And just like that, just before he goes down, he takes 2 with him, equalizes for the team, and Team Flash, they are able to get the reset because of the kamikaze play from Toms. What a play from Flash.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Team Flash, all of a sudden, what is happening here for day number 2 for these guys? I mean, I know Team Flash is an amazing team, but this kind of performance, I mean, this is the Team Flash that we all know. But right now, they have to worry about Thundertalk Gaming. And also, there is Weibo Gaming nearby. I mean, Weibo Gaming is also a pretty strong team. But right now, it looks like Thundertalk Gaming will be out of the equation. There's still Geek to worry about. And of course, the big contenders, Weibo Gaming and Team Flash. Right now, we're going to be seeing Geekay with their scopes out, trying to see if they can find an angle up against either Team Flash and Weibo Gaming. But right now, it's all about positioning. They need to keep their cars nearby because this is an open field. This is, I mean, a very, very open field. How many trees are there to hide you? And there aren't a lot of rocks as well. So it's gonna be quite an open last few minutes of the game. You're gonna be relying on a lot of grenades, on a lot of gunfires, and a lot of cover. So they definitely need to hold on to those cars. Right now, that stage 7 circle is gonna be closing in. A couple of seconds left to go before we see stage 8, and let's see if it's gonna end before then, or are we gonna stretch this Rondo map a little longer.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they have been in the middle for the longest time. They try to keep one of the players alive for the longest time as well. They're still keeping down under the rats with that supply crate LMG. So as soon as the teams try to push Weibo Gaming, you are going to be expecting a firing squad. As you can see, they're playing this as safe as they can, but one down coming in from them. Weibo Gaming once again looking for the reset, but look at this Flash and looking for those artilleries. It seems like they are going to try and set a couple on towards Geek's favor. Unfortunately, no connection so far. Flash is playing the big game long-term so far. They're trying to get a couple of nice corners in. But it seems like Weibo, they will be able to scout Geek instead. To their left, it's going to be Weibo. To their right is going to be Flash. And we're down towards the final 3 teams as Weibo was able to clean out a couple more teams left. And we're down towards the final 3, and everybody needs to push onto his Weibo. And you know what's really surprising for me is that Flash did not use those artilleries on Weibo, as they are going to be setting up those emergency deploy cover to try and push through. And I was expecting them to use those artilleries on Weibo instead of Geek, so might have been a little bit of miscom here, might be a little bit of mistakes, but it seems like Weibo, all they need to do is just wait for these 2 teams to mess up and they will claim the chicken, I would say, Annie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's also a respectable strategy, you know, waiting the 2 teams out. But then again, you'll be skipping out on a lot of eliminations as well. But yeah, I mean, I respect that. It's fine. So we're going to be watching out for Team Flash and Geekay Esports then. Okay, one down from the side of Geek. And that will be Zeus snagging that knockdown, and it manages to finish that off. Ragnarok's gonna be falling next, and it's actually Weibo Gaming that's gonna be joining the fray. They're ganging up on Geek. This is quite unfortunate for Sad with Geek, but both finds order from Weibo Gaming. That's a 1, and still Team Flash is sitting up top with their 4 healthy active players. An absolutely great advantage on their part. There's already 2 knockdowns from Weibo Gaming, and I think Geek is down to their last player. Win is someone's attempting on Win's life, but they still managed to survive. Team Flash, I'm a bit nervous for Zeus's positioning, but it is vital. But still, if this guy gets knocked down, it might be over a little bit too fast. But over here, grenades coming in. Attempting to target maybe Bose, but Bose doesn't take any damage. And right now it's just all in on the resources. Sprays coming in up against Weibo Gaming, and I think that's it for Weibo Gaming. Now it's just a hunt for the last player of Team Geek. And the good thing here is Geek denied that last elimination point from Team Flash, but nonetheless Team Flash gets the first chicken dinner for today.
Okay, Flash, you're just playing a different game right now. Like, I would say Weibo seems like they were playing checkers, and Flash was the ones that was playing chess here, because that is an amazing game coming from Team Flash here. So many eliminations, securing the chicken dinner, and near impossible odds to try and push through, but for some reason was able to find an angle, takes down Weibo, picks him up, and then cleans the lobby there. Very, very nice stuff coming from Team Flash. But for all things considered, I would say Weibo Gaming got too greedy in those scenarios. They tried to hold on for the longest time, and they tried to take out everybody else. But because of that greed, they got punished from both Team Flash and also Geek. And just like that, Team Flash was able to swoop in, find the defense, and just clean them all out. Very, very patient gameplay from Team Flash. But my, oh my, I want to talk about how Topps' amazing defense against Virtus Pro, as well as TTA, because that was just nuts. They should not have been alive, Annie. Like, they should not have been alive. But that Hail Mary of a nade from Topps, after being knocked, was able to knock too, made it into as an equalizer for them to defense this. Like, there is a reason why Maxman and also 7 Worlds actually predicted them as one of the top contenders in the GC circuit. But damn, that is some next level play here.
I mean, that's to be expected from Team Flash. These guys are an amazing team, and you just saw with that many eliminations from just one game. But over here, yes, these are the teams to watch. As we saw, the top 3 were Weibo Gaming and Geek, alongside, of course, Team Flash. And yes, Papara Esports, although they kind of got picked off 13 minutes into this Rondo map, still, they're quite something, especially Sun Jin-woo. By the way, this guy had like a whole solo side quest, getting solo kills for some reason, but I also respect that. But yes, head-to-head, Team Flash to Geekay Esports. Clearly there's a huge amount of damage for Team Flash, and well, clearly also a huge amount of eliminations as well. Team Flash is just something else. These guys are absolute monsters, and that's to say with the 21 eliminations plus the 10 points from the placement points, and the MVP will be Topps, of course. And we all saw that grenade play from this guy, and so you know what, just absolutely amazing execution and performance from this first map in Rondo.
Yeah, this is just amazing gameplay here. Topps undeniably the MVP there. He was the reason why Flash was able to hold on to that amazing defense. And even the mortar as well was just very cheesy. You know, I was doubting them for a little bit. But we have to talk about the top performance as well. We have to talk about Miaola, Sung Jin Woo coming from Vampire. They had their own side quest, like you said as well, completely all the way from Neon's Labs and then out. And then for some reason, was able to get themselves 11 eliminations, and 10 of them is secured by both Sung Jin Woo and Miaolala. So I would say they did pretty well in that game. But we have to talk about the biggest earner in this game. 31 freaking points in a single game in the hands of Flash. That's almost double, maybe even triple the amount of what Weibo Gaming has just done. Great, they've got great placements, but look at this. They look like peanut in comparison to Flash right now. What is this lead? What a comeback from Flash. Like, I'm genuinely curious right now. Is Flash a top contender after this game in the #1 spot now? What do you think,
Dude,
Annie?
I don't even know what happened in day number 1. They had 18 points after that day number 1, and all of a sudden they had almost twice the points that they earned yesterday. That's a huge question mark as to what in the world is going on with Team Flash. But you know what? I respect it. They played and they're catching up, and so I believe they're probably like at 40-50 points. Okay, we're gonna be seeing that exactly, and we have Team Flash going up by 11 ranks. What is that? What is that, Team Flash? They are ranked number 6 from number 17, I believe. I don't know what's happening right now, but once again, I respect it fine. And if they continue with this consistency in the next 5 maps and also tomorrow, who knows? Virtus Pro will be like another story, just a story after this. Even Papara Esports will be completely wiped out on their shadow. Team Flash, amazing first map.
Hey, for all things considered, we talked about we were living in Songjin Woo's world. It feels like in this game, we were literally living in Flash's world so far, because I have no idea how can you get so many points in a single game. But for all things considered here, let's talk about the teams who did a little bit of a comeback as well. Weibo Gaming and Cake also making a little bit of comeback, get themselves a couple of positions here. No, in my opinion, I think there's not a lot of angles onto his Alliance. There was not a lot of angle onto his Dplus KIA as well, which was very ironic considering the fact that these are very experienced teams coming from the Southeast Asian region, and they just got completely annihilated here. So, Annie, I wasn't expecting such high octane action gaming, but at the same time, it's Rondo. I get it. You know, you are expecting a lot of gunplay right from the get-go, but this much non-stop action, my heart can't take it, Annie. My heart just can't take it.
Exactly. I mean, you just expect it from these wonderful teams. I mean, so many big name teams that will be fighting in this tournament. But of course, before we see more action, before we move on to map number 2 rather for today, we will be going on to a short break. So do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
Step into the ring. Step into the
we are back, and of course, we did like witness map number 1, rather match number 7 of this whole grand finals just a while ago. It was the Rondo with the amazing victory from Team Flash with the 31 total points from just one map, and just absolutely insane. And other than that, of course, we can probably mention like a special mention to Sungjin Woo from Papara Esports for absolutely flooring us for some reason. I don't know what this guy's doing, but I hope we see something as interesting as that. And map number 2, and of course we're still your casters, and IC is with me. So far, IC, what are your thoughts with this day of the tournament?
Hey man, you know what? I need a little breather here. I took a little bit of break. Rondo is a little bit too much for me here. I'm a little bit old school, right? You can call me a Jurassic fossil for all I care. You can call me an ancient relic from back in the days. I like my games El Clasico. ERANGEL is where I live for. It's something I love to watch. But now let's give you guys some stats to keep you guys updated here. The top performers of the game. It is going to be Virtus Pro, going to be sitting at number 1, followed by Papara Esports, DX, and then we also have TT in the mix as well. So that is going to be something that you guys have to watch about as well. Thundertalk Gaming is one of the top performers, and they are currently, well, top 3 in the overall standings here. So we didn't see too much in the previous game, but they have been cooking so far in the map of ERANGEL. Rondo wasn't a bad performance, but let's be real, okay, Eddie? Let's do the math here. I like math don't lie. Okay, I want to say they did well. You know, I want to say Weibo did well. Yeah, they've got what, top 2 with 10 points. Yeah, sure, whatever. Hey, Flash tripled everybody's numbers in this game. So, did everybody else really did well, Annie? Question mark, please enlighten me, Annie.
I mean, like, if you compare them to Team Flash, we can't really say anything. But I suppose we're going to be going for our predictions. And even though I believe in Team Flash, I don't want to make it too easy, you know, with my prediction. Maybe I'll just go with Papara Esports.
Okay,
and how about you, IC?
I'm gonna go for Virtus Pro just because maths don't lie, man. Math don't lie. I'm a math guy. You want to call me biased towards Alpha Gaming or whatever? Yeah, sure. You know, I like Alpha Gaming, but no, math don't lie. I'm gonna put Virtus Pro, man. Yeah. Even though I have my hearts on Alpha Gaming and also Dplus KIA, just because, you know, they have some sort of rivalry going on for the longest of years, for years and years and months, and I want to see that grand battle happen, but this is not the stage for them. You know, I'm just gonna put it on the side, but I'm gonna go for Virtus Pro for now.
That's fair. That's fair. It looks like production team will be going for the Team Flash. They got, I guess they got courted from that map number 1, and we can see they are at their top game. So I completely understand, but still, I am going for that Papara Esports just because Sungjin Woo is just a little bit too insane for me, and I think it's just Tony K, you know, with their, you know, firepower and everything, just trying to shock everyone, you know, never let them know your next move kind of thing. But then, yeah, we are gonna be going back classic, and I'm not gonna call you a dinosaur or anything, but yes, no more recall towers this time. It's just good old ERANGEL, good old Tosnifla military base, good old Naya Poliana. It's the same thing. We've seen this map for years. Pretty sure everyone knows where and what is in the corners of every single compound. But yes, we'll be starting in a couple of seconds, and I don't know if the same energy is going to be brought all the way to ERANGEL, especially since there won't be any recalls anymore. There won't be any more second chances. So with that, let's just, you know, hope for the best for these teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how tactical gameplay is going to be a little bit different as well. You have a lot of free and relaxed moments in Rondo, but in ERANGEL, every single move counts. Once you're eliminated, you are out. Without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into this game 2 for day 2 itself. That is going to be match 8 on the screen right now, and I want to see how the flight path is going to be looking like here. It seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the west side of the map, traversing all the way to the southeast corner, so a pretty southwestern tilt shift in this circle. And obviously every single team should be able to get towards their respective drop spots, but we are going to be expecting a couple of drop clashes on towards these vehicles along the roadsides of Gatka, maybe even the roadsides of South Pochinki as well. And obviously for teams heading towards Yastaya, Severny, and also Lipovka, it is going to be a very, very far traverse for some of these teams. But as you can see, Alpha 7 going to be heading up north. EA going to be heading southwest corner. I don't think there's going to be a lot of major collisions, but I might be wrong here, as EA and Vampire might have a little bit of scuffle down towards Primors, unless... Well, okay, never mind. Vampire is going to back out. So, I don't think we're going to see a drop clash, maybe. Are we going to be expecting some drop clashes here, Annie? No, not that I see here. The closest is going to be Godka, I guess. And yeah, actually, we do have a major fight in Godka right now. As T2K going to be in a collision with Crypto in regards there. Seems like it is going to be Weibo, I believe. I can't really see the logos. I'm kind of blind. Oh, it's ASI8 apparently.
Yep, and looks like here it's gonna be two teams, ASI8 and T2K. And what were you looking at, dude? But there's also the trade-off. Venom also falls. It's just straight up the trade. There's two down for side of ASI8. And look at those guns. They don't have much ammo either. Much armor. But here, we're looking at Crypto, and there's also Casanova nearby. That's a nice shot coming in from Casanova, and that is a wipeout. And that's only 2 minutes into the game. So good thing ASI8 survived that. T2K will be saying goodbye a little bit too early into this game.
It seems like we do have another drop clash as well. It's going to be Primos between Influence Rage versus Weibo Gaming. They had an amazing run in the previous round, but this time it's going to be a battle of urban warfare. But it seems like Weibo Gaming, they've stocked up a couple of loots, and they are looking to try and back out this fight from the west side. So I'm not exactly sure. I was expecting maybe Weibo Gaming to get a little bit aggressive, but seems like it is in their nature to be a little bit more tactical this game. But as of yet, another drop fight happens as well in towards Novo Rubnoya. And we do have Geek going up against SF on the screens as well. As Geek going to be hunkering down on the sides here. They do have a decent amount of weaponries, but helmets not exactly great. So a couple of headshots in onto his Nurse, and he's taken out. So Geek, they're not pushing aggressive because of this. Ragnarok going to be laying waste, a couple of jabs in. SF forced to back down a little bit, but even then they have to be very careful here, because one wrong move they are done for. And just like you said as well, Annie, no recall, no nothing. If you're full killed, it's over.
One chance. Yeah, I suppose Skyforce is still going up. Okay, we might be seeing a push from Geekay Esports. They're going on the aggressive. Okay. Is that Godless is gonna be shot at, but we're not really seeing any knocks on the kill feed. Geekay is just positioning. They're gonna be storming into the compound. Let's see if they can find the rest of Skyforce. They have a bunch of throwables in hand. And look at you, it's Icy in Skyforce on the second floor, surrounded by 3 players from Geek. And they're half health right now. Let's see if Geekay is gonna, they know that there's a player upstairs. Okay, it looks like one will be will be going to the second floor. And there's IC in the other room. There's definitely a bunch of audio cues coming in. Molotov burning on the second floor, just nearby the stairs. And Godless is still outside, hiding behind the fences from the other compounds, or from the other houses rather. Sanchir's on the rooftop, on the white and red building. Ragnarok's gonna be throwing in, I believe those were smokes, just to help it out. Icy is just throwing in some shots after shots, but it's gonna be Nergy that's going on the aggressive, and it pays off. That's a knockdown, gonna be a finisher as well. So that's a one more down instead of
okay.
SF. But here, DK, okay, they lost one player, but it's just a knockdown. Fine. Godless is still holding on to that location.
Okay.
What was that? I didn't even see what happened. Geek.
Okay.
That is their second knockdown. There's a third. Okay, Skyforce. They're cooking something here. There's just one more on each side. Question is, who will finish out who? Geek. I think they're down to one active player, and Godless is just still there. Definitely running around trying to see if they can get a good angle, but it looks like Geek will be going for those revives before worrying about Godless. But Godless is storming up. Let's see if they get caught off guard. Yes, no, it's Godless. Yes, that will be shot down instead. Oh my gosh.
For a moment, I thought Godless was gonna pull off one of the most legendary moments here. I thought he was gonna 1 versus 4 every single one because the Godless I know back in the days was an absolute monster. And for a second, do I think does he still got it? Yes, I do. He still got it. He is still an absolute beast. He was, if you think about it, Godless is a legendary player in the circuit for the longest time. And for him to show it like, hey, it's a moment to shine here. I've got a 1v3, but unfortunately could not find the fourth. Well, that is it for SF in this particular round. But damn, it's nice to see a little bit of a Godless action in that scenario. But for now, let's talk a little bit more on the stalemate that is still happening on towards Novo. It seems like EArena was looking to say hello as they heard a couple of gunshots in towards Primors, but unfortunately the circle is gonna force them inside the zone. Doesn't want to take too long outside to try and gatekeep on all these teams on the sides here, so they are gonna push through. We do see Alliance in the middle. We do see IC also gonna be playing on the southeast corner, but for Vampire, well, they're about to make their move as well, but for Weibo and also TTG, they're pretty much stuck outside there. So that's going to be a very, very awkward situation on the outskirts, I believe. Sorry, Influence Rage, my bad. Influence Rage is going to be stuck on the outside. Meanwhile, even Geekay as well, they were able to wrap out that fight just now. So they are going to be a little bit skewed in terms of delayed loot so far before they make the entry point, but fortunately for them, based on the zone itself, it is going to be an easy pass from the Eastern Bridge for them. So they should be okay, but smack in the middle. Alliance center control right now on towards a farm. They are going to be trying to get a couple shots in, but at the same time, they get picked off by Thundertalk Gaming. So this split coming from Alliance is not working out, as they actually gave up control and Thundertalk was able to snatch it away from them. This is okay. You know, wasn't expecting this out of Alliance, but seems like they are going to be playing for the bigger picture. But what about this love story between Weibo Gaming and Influence Rage? Because this feels like a love-hate relationship, and nobody's backing out right now, Annie.
Love story, hate story. And yes, they're eating up by the circle. That's 1.2k before they get to the play zone, and they're just waiting each other out. They don't mind giving away a little bit more health items, but look at that, there's only 3 or 5 bandages left. They have to make a move soon, or if it's not the other team that takes them out, it's gonna be the play zone. But of course, we're not gonna tell them what to do. If they want to stay there, then they can go ahead and stay there. But that stage number 3 circle is gonna close in towards the northeastern part of that circle. There's a lot of teams that have to keep moving, and I hope there will be a bunch of engagements that happen with those rotations, because there's just gonna be a lot of audio cues with the cars, with the footsteps, as teams shuffle in and take their part of the territories in the area. But yeah, there's so many teams to worry about. There's in fact 15 teams, 57 players left remaining, so there's a lot of action to be waited upon. But here, Influence Rage and Weibo Gaming, they have not moved on yet. Come on, guys, there's a whole different chapter here. They're 3 kilometers away from the play zone, but it looks like they're not letting up yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, but again, there's a saying, right? All is fair in love and war, and this love-hate relationship, well, it's gonna cost both of them so far. But for now, let's talk about teams inside here. We do see Alpha Gaming gonna be getting a couple shots in. They are gonna be playing onto his George Pole, as they need to make their way to shift outside the zone from middle in towards the open fields of Yasnaya. Probably gonna be on the outskirts, southern shift as well. Loop is going to be near the the forest region, I would say. I think wait, actually not the forest region. They are going to be playing the compound. Oh wait, actually they are on a 2-2 split. Wow, that's a very, very ballsy move coming from Loops there. Okay, never mind. I'm kind of blind right now. For a second, it looks like a 2-2 split. For a second, they are going to back out and regroup towards the compound. So they're still going to be surveilling a little bit here. Same can be said for Flash. And even then, they are going to be trying to keep tabs on how Loops is doing. As seems like he did hear a couple of footsteps here. Win heard the exit footstep. Instantly backs out from that fight. Knows that he is in a disadvantaged position. Great scouting coming from him. Needs to back out.
Ooh.
But let's talk about TT
Ooh.
versus Alliance here. This is going to be rematch for Alliance. TT may have taken one player off them, and this time they are going to try and pick one away from them as well.
Ooh.
But no, the shotgun from Dive. What a pump. Gets the confirmation as well, and he was able to find the second before going down. Alliance, they're fumbling, and now all for one is well. It remains in a 1-versus-1 between King and him. And Thundertalk Gaming going for a couple pre-fires as well. But this is taking too long. The third party is coming in. And DX says, I want all this juicy loot and points. And the nades are coming in. King chipping them away, trying to stall this aggression. But just like that, Alliance gets cleaned out. And TTK leaving only King remaining. And a well-perfect nade from DX. Or in this case, a well-timed third party cleans them all up. All the juicy loots in the hands of DX now. Ooh, that was a very quick tactical play from them, I would say.
Oh my gosh. Dig Savior just swooping in, cleaning the place up. They're like, oh, okay, you guys are having a fight. Let me go ahead and swoop in with all my health, with all my resources. Take you guys, by surprise and snag those eliminations. And with that, that's Alliance and Thundertalk saying goodbye. But here we're going to be seeing Influence Rage and Weibo Gaming still in the blue zone. Federal will be falling. And this is a 2-versus-1. KI is getting sandwiched. It's a jump shot. That's one down from the side of Influence Rage. There's another one. There's two. In fact, sprays coming in. Not going to be hitting anything. Diego just right behind. And with that is Weibo Gaming. Say goodbye. Finally, letting Influence Rage move on to 3.4 kilometers to the play zone. But yeah, it has been a long time running. It's finally over. Weibo Gaming will be saying goodbye. Influence Range kind of have a couple of casualties, so I don't know if these guys thought that was worth it, but it's already happened. Right now we see Team Flash going up against Virtus Pro, the absolute leader of the leaderboards as of the moment. The Team Flash, they're slowly but surely climbing the ladder. In fact, the climb that they did, that was 11 whole ranks in the previous map. So let's see if Team Flash will show us anything so extraordinary in this map.
Yeah, it might happen here, but for now, let's talk about Vampire. We do see a drive-by coming from Miaola. Okay, Miaola. All right, nice little drive-by. Swaps his seat, gets a knock, and then swaps back and proceeds as if nothing happened. This is a normal day at the job right there. That was a clean execution, or in this case, a clean knock coming from them. And just like that, Geekay just get completely dismantled. Meanwhile, Team Flash is going to be driving off. They will gobble up those dudes and just say, thank you very much. I'm going to take some points and take some dudes while we're at it. Meanwhile, EArena is going to have a little bit of a knocking here as Alpha Gaming Doc going to be finding the opener. Gets a nice knock in. Needs a couple confirmations. Revo was able to find another one as well. And this is going to be the sign of the push as APG going to be looking to try and clean them all out. Well-placed nade coming from tops. No connection so far. Continues on with the pressure. But Alpha Gaming not looking to try and commit to this fight as there is a third party. As Alpha Self and Uso going to be looking to try and keep tabs on this. But Alpha Gaming seems like tops will get the confirmation here. Well-placed nade. And that's going to be a couple of points gobbled up in Alpha Gaming. But Alpha 7 is going to try and back off this fight. Seems like Alpha Gaming, they're in a lot of trouble. This white spread coming from them is going to force them to try and disengage from this fight. As they do chip away at a couple of damages onto his EA. But it seems like because of all this plays coming in, and even the circle shift coming through, Alpha Gaming says, you know what, it's just not worth it to commit to these points. They've done a lot of damage. They are kind of low. It's time to get in towards the zone now. Stay back off. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, Diana gets a full first aid kit inside. Well, not gonna do him any good here. Flash has got him surrounded. As soon as he goes out, bye-bye.
I was like, wait, what's happening over here? Diana's just surrounded by the rest of Team Flash, and they were trying to heal, and then all of a sudden when they look back, well, it's already the lobby once again. But here, Team Flash, they're kind of congregated in this area over here. Is I8, Casanova, all that's left from their team. Papara Esports going up against Alpha Gaming, so we're out there. Okay, we're seeing the 1 versus 1 Papara Esports getting sprayed out by Rufus. In fact, Meow Lang is going to be falling into the ground. A Red Bull falls as well, but hands of Doc. And in fact, that's a confirmation kill as well. And so Alpha Gaming right now, they have one down a player. They're still up in the field. BPE losing another player. Lazarus trying to get away with the car. Top's trying to stop him, but it's just not connecting. Those bullets, those damage, it's just not connecting. Alpha Gaming with a 5 elimination, they can go ahead and revive Ziol this time, but right now they're seeing a lot more cars. I believe this is going to be DX Xavier coming in as a potential third party. These guys, this is the second time, guys. This is the second time, but unfortunately, you're just a little bit too late. Alpha Gaming is trying to reset, but still, DX Xavier is trying to get these free kills in the bag, but it's not going to be too easy for them. Just a bunch of grenade trades here and there. It's DX Xavier with the upper ground, trying to see if they can get any pick off. Oh, that's a lot of damage taken by, I believe that's Rufus or Zio. But the Xavier, are they disengaging? They're trying to drive away. I'm not quite sure what's happening over here.
Well, seems like Zone is going to force them to back off instead because Doc was able to find a cheeky angle to try and scare him off. But at the same time, I don't think DX realizes that it's part of the same team. But just like that, very, very quick rotations here from Top and Zio. And they are going to be regrouping onto the side. Just like that, they push through inside the zone. DX gave up control. Very, very good read coming from Alpha Gaming. And just like that, they make it out in the clear. And the only player left is going to be Refuse. It needs a little bit of backup, but DX, they're not having the crosshairs set up yet. So they are going to be playing a little bit slow. Meanwhile, on screen now, Loop, they get completely dismantled. ASI and Loop trading 1-for-1 each inside the zone. But we are going to continue on with this gatekeep between DX as well as APG. Nice spray there coming from Shin. Takes down Refuse, but he's out in open. I'm very surprised he's just running out in open. Gets sprayed through the smoke, gets taken out. And now APG, they're going to try and save Refuse here. Zio, he's got to make a right call here. Does he pick him up and then put him in a car? It seems like he will. The zone is about to tick in. Stage 4 is going to hurt. He needs to make a move quickly. Great reverse driving here. And just like that, they get him to safety. He's going to be A-OK. DX does not push through, but seems like DX, they set their sights on a different team as APG. They get the knock onto his top, but they themselves are pretty weak.
No.
And just like that, that fight is going to be put at a standstill while inside the zone, Inner Circle cleans out Flash. They've got a great momentum coming from Flash, but Flash themselves here needs a little bit of reset here as Flock, Inner Circle. It's gonna look and try and clean a mobile, but what? Zios, how? How are you able to get the connection through the smoke? Wait, what? Flash? How? Holy moly! What was that cleanup, Team Flash? Okay, I see you guys. Goodbye, IC. Sayonara.
What was that? I don't know. That's just the Team Flash magic, you know? It just happened. But here, Loops gets spotted as well. Zeus gets that a kill in the bag. And in fact, it's going to be a whole team elimination on their part. But here, there's still 18 players left to worry about. And right now, it's gonna be Team Flash. It kind of still has a lot of players still standing. In fact, they still have 3, and we just saw EArena kind of lounging about nearby. We still have Alpha 7 right outside of play zone. The Xavier trying to rotate into the area. They're probably gonna be bumping into Alpha Gaming sooner or later, and I believe Papara Esports Lazarus is the only person left on their side. But yeah, we're just gonna be watching. Rufus gets caught off guard, gets taken down by Nate from the Xavier. I think that's gonna be a finisher as well. Fans gonna finish the job just like that. Alpha Gaming is still up in the game. Dial inside their car. There's also Team Flash nearby. The Xavier versus Alpha Gaming. I believe this is a 4 versus 3. There was a car on the side of Shin. They're just trying to go about their half health, but that's not connecting anymore. But a while ago, it was doing really well. Top just trying to see if they can get that right angle, but so far nothing connecting. Still attempting. Off with the wall bags. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Down to 143 health, but it's not gonna be enough. There's just the trees, the cars to worry about, but there's down the side of Dial. Alpha Gaming, they fall. Lazarus joining into the fray despite being a solo player. Doc gonna be coming in right in the face, and that is just a lot of risk to take. Top is inside, quite low on health, not really got blocked for the Xavier right now. But the top still comes out and finishes the job. Xavier gets wiped out just like that, but at what cost? Zio still needs to get revived. Top is quite low on health. They can go ahead and reset, but it'll take a while.
Yeah, but that's still an insane catch there coming from top as well. As soon as he heard the grenade pin pushed out, knew he was on his last straw as well. Had to make a Hail Mary play, went in for the rush, hit fire, hit shots all the way through, gets the confirmation. That guy had I wasn't expecting a gung-ho push like that. So very, very nice, small little clutch coming from top. But we are down towards the final 5 teams, and guess who is still alive? Flash on a roll, on a momentum, looking to secure a back-to-back potentially, but can they do so is going to be the question here, because as of yet, Alpha 7 Esports is 4-man healthy, and they are going to be the ones with the numbers game as of yet, but they're not exactly in zone yet. They have to push Flash inside those compounds, and as you can see, Flash, healthy ammunitions, healthy meds, healthy utilities. They are going to try to zone everybody as much as they can. But Alpha 7 seems like they've got bigger problems to worry about. It's going to be EA. As you can see, Tony K, Terry K, and Sakura is stuck in a small little ditch. Can't exactly peek out, because as soon as they peek out, Flash has got angles on them. Alpha 7's got angles on them. But a lot of utilities has been expended. And you can see the bait and switch coming for Alpha 7 is just phenomenal here. They're going for the soft commitment, expecting EA to hard commit to this. And just like that, all those utilities get completely bled out by Alpha 7. Just a couple of skirmishes, but from afar, Flash is able to find Guizhao. And just like that, they get confirmed as well. And guess what? From the horizon, Zayas is split off from the team. He's getting a little bit greedy, but he is taking space to catch every single team off guard as well. What a ballsy play, but it is paying off for Flash right now. Annie, this is what happened to Flash yesterday and today. Like, what am I watching here?
They're like a whole different team at this rate. But here, Lazarus finds Azile from Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming did just taking a little bit too long to make a move, and now they're getting picked off one after the other. Over here, Team Flash still doing well. Finds top from Alpha Gaming. That's a lot of damage. That's a knockdown. That's a finisher, and I think there's also one from Alpha Gaming that fell just now, but it has of Lazarus from Papara Esports. And this guy's just holding on and even trying to get as much eliminations as possible. But still, we're down to 4 teams and 9 players left remaining. Team Flash, so far they have the best rundown of this game. Just absolutely insane number of eliminations, just as energetic as they were in the Rondo map just a while ago. But over here, Alpha 7 quite out in the open, and so we're kind of just waiting for the stage 6 circle to close in. And still, stage 6 rather, still quite a big map, especially with 9 players still left remaining. So it's taking a while, unless we're going to be banking on some long range kills. Example this, they're trying to put some bullets into Lazarus, but Lazarus is hiding really well, not taking any damage. In fact, they are healing. As of the moment, EArena still in the same ditch that we found them in a while ago. And on the other hand, Alpha Gaming is just trying to get any sort of damage in EArena. It's just not happening. In fact, it's gonna be the other way around. It's Alpha Gaming taking damage from the other teams like Team Flash and Lazarus from Papara Esports. It's just camping and seeing if they can get any free kills when they're being distracted by EArena. And right now, EArena they're just lounging about like kings, knowing that they're untouchable at that moment for some reason, and no one's gonna be storming into that area. They don't want to risk it. They don't want to risk a DBS into the face. They don't want to risk a shotgun into the face. And so right now, all that's left is to wait for this next circle to close in. There's several teams that's outside the play zone, and you definitely don't want to get caught up in the blue zone of a stage 7 circle.
Yeah, they can't really do too much as well. They have to push onto his Flash, and Zayas has been a big nuisance here for every single team trying to make it through here. His unorthodox, unexpected solo pushes has caught people off guard. And for some reason, people are just falling into it as well. Like, normally, if it's a guy alone, he is going to get pushed here. So Seems like Alpha 7s, they finally keep tabs here, expecting the Zayas will be alone here, and they are going to try and push through. It seems like they got the right call, they made it into safety, but they need to win this fight. But Win going to be caught outside alone here as Alpha 7 gets a very, very nice push. But Zayas, the nade comes in, he looks good! Oh my goodness, this guy! It looks like a lot of damage is going to be there, but no connection so far. Okay, seems like he is going to back out. It's just like that. Flash, they made one small blunder, and Alpha 7 was able to get the read, and here comes the push. Meanwhile, Lazarus, solo warrior moment, holds on for his dear life, cleans out EA. He is going to be playing outside the zone, while Flash and also Alpha 7 is going to be distracted by each other. Lazarus might be able to find an opportunity to push in here. The question here is, will Flash focus on VPE, or will they focus on the fight at hand? That's going to be Alpha 7 gonna finally find an opener to push through, as Flash finally makes one small little mistakes, and U2 drops comes in from Alpha 7. Flash cannot afford to look at Lazarus right now. They need to focus on hand. It is gonna be divided into these two intersections. No reason for either teams to push each other unless they get an initial lock. But seems like Lazarus finally shows up. Gonna be caught out in open, and Alpha 7's got a perfect crosshair on him, and he is gonna get taken out. So Obscure takes him out. So this is gonna be a battle between Flash versus Alpha 7, 3 versus 2. Circle somewhat favoring on towards Flash as of yet. I'm pretty sure the circle is gonna shift out in the open as well, but Alpha 7 definitely needs to push into first Flash here. Now it's gonna be defense here, but it seems like Flash, they're looking for off angles to try and catch them off guard. And I don't think Flash has a lot of angles to try and shut them out. Alpha 7 finally making their first move. Smokes has been deployed. They are going to push from the outskirts instead. Zayas cooking up nade. He's got 3. He needs to land this perfectly to shut him out. And here comes the push from Alpha 7. Oh boy.
Ooh. Ooh, okay, grenade cooking. Trade-off. Not much damage happening on both sides. 3 versus 2 still. Both did not take any damage. Okay, there's another grenade coming in. Go! Carillo takes a lot of damage. They're down to 1/4 of their health. It looks like Zayas is gonna be going in. Risky move, but still alive. That's all that matters. Alpha 7, however, 1 casualty, 1 knock. But it's not gonna be enough just yet. Team Flash has to work extra hard, and they have the numbers advantages this raid. Carillo on the red, grenade coming in. They're all clustered in the same area. Zeus takes a bit of damage, but not enough. Not enough. And there we have it. Obscure gets taken by surprise. There's 1 knockdown. Carillo gets taken by the play zone, and now it's a 2 versus 1. That is a reversal of the numbers disadvantage, and with that that is the winner chicken dinner of Team Flash. What did I expect? We should have picked Team Flash in the predictions. This is a back-to-back, in fact, completely different team from what we saw in day number 1. I'm not sure what's happening here, but still, nonetheless, congratulations to Team Flash.
Yeah, back-to-back winner chicken dinners, and Team Flash is playing a phenomenal game, and Zayas just undeniably the man of the hour here. Like, he's making so many macro plays, just keeping Alpha 7 in check for the longest time. He's been keeping everybody in check for the longest time in this final moments of the zone. So very, very well done here, making it from a 2v3 situation. Zayas taking down 2 players and allowing his compadre to clean out the last player. That's gonna be Bose that cleans out the last player. He only had 1 finish in for Bose, but he won his 1 versus 1. And just like that, Team Flash, they just completely dominated Alpha 7 in that final fight. So very, very nicely done. But again, like you said, Annie, we were talking about how bad Flash was playing in day number 1, but Rondo happened. 30 over finishes. Okay, sure. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Seems like Team Flash from all the way in what, 14th position, push us up. Did they get enough to make it to the top 4 now, Annie? Did they get enough to make it to the top 4?
I mean, if they keep this up, probably sooner or later they'll get there. Even maybe be contenders to that number 1 spot, because this sort of gameplay, I don't know, it's just something else. It's absolutely monstrous. And I'm really excited to see what the final tallies for the points is going to look like, because we're going to be watching out for Team Flash, as we saw. Of course, the Alpha Gamings are also inside the picture. But here, Vampire Esports, Lazarus, we saw Sun Jingwoo a while ago, and right now the baton has been passed to Lazarus from Vampire Esports. This guy just soloed the whole thing until their team went to the third place in points. It's just absolutely insane, and I absolutely respect it. But still, what is happening in this day number 2? I absolutely love the energy that the teams are bringing. But yes, this is the head-to-head. 16 eliminations for Team Flash, and so with the placement points up to 26 whole points. And once again, yesterday Team Flash took 18 points from 6 maps, and right now they almost beat that from just 1 map. I don't know what's happening, but right now they should be sitting around 60 to 70 points, maybe, if my math is correct. So they're probably going to be sitting up top, maybe almost at the top 3, but we're going to be seeing that later on. Yes, Zeus will be getting that MVP, no questions whatsoever. No qualms, no violent reactions, just absolutely deserved.
Now, I'm going to give a little bit of an unpopular opinion here. Zayas, he played really, really well. He's making a lot of risky plays that paid off. But I'm very, very surprised by one thing. Why is nobody punishing his solo aggression plays? Like, the only time Alpha Set was able to get a read, it was that last, earlier push to try to get into the compound here, which realized that, hey, he was always soloing all the time. But still, a very, very great play here still. It feels like Flash, they have perfect understanding and awareness of their surrounding, and they played really, really well in this game here. So tops, 6 finishes, or in this case, eliminations. Zayas with 5, Lazarus with 4 as well, making it the top 3. It was amazing. And even top as well from ABG was able to get a little bit of recovery in this game here with 4 points in the bag. But now, Annie, I don't know what's my math counting right now, but Flash in 2 games has gotten themselves about 57 points, 58 points, if I do recall. But they were like 40-ish before this match, and with 26, they're somewhere around 70 points right now. So they should be in the top 5, right? Like, this is a comeback we're talking about, right? Day of comebacks, day 2.
We're gonna see. We'll see. We still have the match stats, but there will be overall rankings later on, and we'll absolutely see where these guys are standing, because I'm pretty sure, the number of points that they got for this map is probably like a lot higher than some of the teams overall. But then, the team match stats going to be coming in. I think we're going to be seeing the leaderboards. They're probably like in top 3, top 2. There we have it. Where is Team Flash? They are at top 3 still. And they're 5 points away from Vampire Esports, and 12 points away from Virtus Pro, sitting at number 1. So VP and VPE are still consistent, but Team Flash from rank number 17, I believe, all the way to rank number 3. I don't even know if that's possible, but Team Flash is just making things happen, Absolutely crazy energy.
Like, let's be real, right? VPE and Vampire, did they actually play bad? Because on mathematics wise here, having 10 points per game is amazing, right? That's where we kind of usually want to get into is like maybe top 8, or maybe even like the champion. Even for champion, like 15 points per game seems a little bit too much. And if we are talking about the gold standard for qualifications, or gold standard for getting a champion here, I think Vampire and VP has done the bare minimum. 10 points per game, today, great and all. But now with Flash pulling in 2 games, 50 points, 25 points per game, is that really the gold standard, or is that like the god level standard right now, Annie? Because
they're outliers.
Did they actually play bad? No,
they did not.
This is unheard of. This is unheard of.
I know, like, Team Flash is just a bunch of outliers, and hopefully we see them perform a lot more consistent later on. But yes, before match number 3 happens for today, we will be going on to a short break as usual. So guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon after a few minutes.
Hello Rank 1 and welcome back, and this is going to be a very interesting one as well. The Ruthless Invitationals is in the way here, and today, day number 2, Flash is making a statement, Flash is making a comeback, and they've gotten themselves 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners here, and so far, this is a little bit of a 180 switch here from yesterday's performance so far, Annie. And today is going to be a little bit of a difference of a gameplay, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they get the 3-peat, or in this case, can they get the full page of Flash Rich, Flash the six chicken dinners, because I've never seen that happen before in my life. Like in my entire career, I've never seen anybody got more than like 6. Like 4 is the max I've seen, but not.
Do not tap Team Flash. They'll do it if you challenge them. And, well, it's definitely possible because for some reason, all of a sudden, Team Flash is getting serious with their performance. And yes, these are your top ERANGEL performers. All of a sudden, Team Flash appears just right there. And, Papara Esports, yes, still consistent, but Virtus Pro, I haven't seen them much in ERANGEL in the previous game. So, hopefully they bounce back, you know. But they do have a lot of survival time in. And of course, the Alpha Gaming and Alpha 7 Gaming did really well as well. They had a lot of presence on that last ERANGEL map. So, you know what? This is going to be Team Flash's day, perhaps. They went from rank number 7 all the way to rank number 3 in 2 games. So, that's already insane. I don't know if it's heard of before, unless they threw day number 1. I don't know what's happening here, but the reality is Team Flash is definitely popping off all of a sudden, and everyone is surprised.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
I'm
everyone
pretty
is
sure
surprised.
I was definitely surprised as well, because, you know, Flash was recently we saw a couple of predictions here just today, especially Maxman and as well 7 Wolves was saying that, hey, Flash is going to be the team to watch out for the globals. Didn't really do well in day number 1 here. Day 2, okay, yeah, sure. Now it makes a lot of sense why people, well, they would have made a prediction onto his Flash, and I'm extremely excited here to see whether or not can they go for the 6th winner with the chicken dinner. But let's talk about the gold standard here. I think VP and Virtus Pro has done really well. They've gotten 10 points per game so far. And I think that's something that we have to talk about as well, because what is actually the gold standard for average points per game? And so far in the map of Rondo, obviously, you know, with the recall in play, you can get like maybe 3 to 4 finishes off a guy. Oh, wait, sorry, 2 finishes per guy because of the recall here, technically match-wise. But now when it comes to ERANGEL here, for them to consistently do this is something that I'm looking forward to, but I'm telling Mats, don't lie again. I'm doubling down on Vampire Esports. Just because, like, I don't want to jinx Flash for the 6 chicken dinner, so I'm gonna double down on Vampire.
You know what? I'm just gonna go really random here. I'm gonna be picking Inner Circle. Don't ask me why. I just feel like it. I'm not sure why, but Inner Circle is a decent team. I mean, they have a bit of a track record, but let's see. I'm kind of still waiting for them to pop off on this particular tournament. Right now, production team probably gonna go for. Ooh, it's Alpha Gaming. I thought they'd pick Team Flash. Okay, Alpha Gaming is also a decent team. Also, Papara Esports. I absolutely respect that. And so that second ERANGEL map is gonna be coming up for our day number 2. And slowly but surely, there's a lot of pressure that's about to happen. I mean, we're past 8 maps already. I think these teams only have about 10 more maps to go. So this is match number 9. This is gonna be really fun. Team Flash is definitely catching up, and we're all for it.
This is gonna be something that I'm looking forward to as well. Will they be able to bounce back from this game? Is gonna be the question here. You went for IC. I went for Vampire, but at the same time, production has been, you know, keeping score in their predictions, and they've been very on point so far. And this time they themselves with AVG. Okay, sure. All right. I can see it happen, no problems. But for now, the flight path is going to be skewed here onto the southeast corner. Seems like there is going to be a test of wits for all these teams. Are we going to see that early drop clash is going to be the question. And as of yet, the top players still going to be Song Jinwoon right now, but Tops does have a little bit of a headshot multiplier this game. But now, are we gonna see that love story in towards Primos again between Weibo and also Influence Rage this game? Seems like they are gonna be heading in that direction. Seems like they might continue their love-hate story, and even Esports Arena is gonna be EArena is gonna be joining the play as well, as they are gonna be landing outside of Primos. And yeah, seems like it, Eddie. Round 2 for today.
It's actually a lot of teams there. I don't know if EArena is just gonna be like the mistress in this situation or something. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of teams to worry about. That flight path's just not making things easy for these players. But here, we're gonna be seeing Weibo Gaming, and there's already another team nearby that's probably gonna be Influence Range, just from the looks of the logo. Wow, look at that circle going up to northwest. Very, very far off to northwest. You can see the edges of that play zone touching the border of the map. But yes, okay, gonna be watching out for Weibo Gaming. Influence Rage going up the staircase. Oh, Sook did not look the right way. Federal takes them from behind. And that's gonna be a knockdown. There's another one falling from the side of Weibo Gaming. That's the second casualty. Let's see if they can get the third. A7 versus T2K somewhere out there as well. Now this is a 2 versus 4 for Influence Rage versus Weibo Gaming. Just camping behind this wall. And Influence Rage is knocking down their doors. K1's gonna be falling. Federal falls, however. And in a massive turn of events for Weibo Gaming, K1 is still half health rather, and lost, just trying to see if they can get that trade that they so need. Okay, that was nice. That was a skewer. 2-in-1 deal. And that's just it for Weibo Gaming. Way too early on. It did not drag out just like that previous ERANGEL map. Right now, it's just business and full-on wipeouts. And with that, we're down to 16 teams.
Yeah, that's pretty much 2-0 now in favor of Influence Rage. And just like that, Weibo just getting flushed out of Primos. Will they be able to concede this is going to be the question here. We shall see in the next game. But for now, Weibo is sitting things out. But meanwhile, Lipovka, we do have a little bit of a hello greetings here from T2K Esports. But at the same time, not looking well for T2K, as Alpha was able to clean out 3 players. So complete shutdown. And even Jaya was able to get scouted out by Krillo. So nice nade here. Chips him down to his half HP. No meds, no bandages, no nothing. Jaya, he's probably waiting for his time now, as he does scout out Krillo. He's gonna go for pre-fires, but guess what? The bait and switch, Krillo jiggles his way, gets completely shut down. And another love story once more, a rematch between SF going up against Geek here. Godless almost had his 1 versus 4 moment in the previous game, but this time, will we see it again? Is gonna be the question here. Will we see it again? I really want to see Godless pull it off, though. That would be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the chance right now. This is the chance. Geek versus Skyforce, and they're just kind of waiting it out in their particular buildings. But they are shuffling around the floors just a little bit. I don't know if someone's taking a bit of damage. I'm not really seeing a bunch of bullets coming in and out. But yeah, it's all about the patience. There's also Sanchir out in the open. Rylena right behind this wall inside of this house. Ooh, Safji is gonna be in quite the line of sight of Rylene. If ever they get caught, grenades cooking. I think they're trying to attempt something. Oh no, Skyforce is compounding in the same area. Rylene, that is a nice, very, very nice grenade throw, rather an icy. Clocks in that location giveaway. Answers back with their own grenade. Question is now, will Geekay get caught in that? But it doesn't seem to be that way. Rylene is still knocked down. I think they have a chance to go ahead and get that revive in. Godless hiding quietly, but nonetheless, a Skyforce. In fact, Godless has 3 eliminations in.
Okay, for all things considered, I think he did. At least he got his 3 confirmations this time, right? Like the previous game, he couldn't even find a single one. Like he got 3 knocks, but he could not rack those points. But this time, same exact scenario-ish, I would say. Instead of 1 versus 4ing, he was able to get 3 himself. So Skyforce, nice little redemption. The score here is 1-1. So I'm keeping tabs here. We do have a little bit of rivalry going on, but Skyforce not too shabby. Small little redemption coming in from them, and I think, well, they've got to kick out, so they're gonna be backing out for now. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of rotations here coming in from Thundertalk Gaming, but as of yet, this is very early rotations coming from them as they make their way into his waterfall. We saw the earlier circle direct shift all the way from the northwest corner. It is a very, very far traverse from the southeast corner. But the question here is, are we going to see our first urban warfare here? T1 teams playing urban warfare is going to be very, very brutal. It is going to be very, very tough because one smaller mistake, you are going to get picked off. It seems like Dplus 7 is going to double down here. They are going to be taking the northern section of Georgia Pool in case if they need to go for an exit strategy. So playing a little bit safe. A lot of cover, a lot of place to hide as well. Not the end of the world. Even EA is going to be playing the south corner. Neko is going to play the, well, in this case, TT is going to play the northeast corner. So a majority of the entry points of Georgia Bowl has been covered by at least 5 to 6 teams. Everybody else has to play outside. But on screen now, I8 will get a very, very nice pick off here. Versus Krill going to be losing one player. K2 actually getting burned by the Molotov here, so he needs to be a little bit careful here. Wants to pop the first aid kit. British Pro taking every single corner, but they've heard the first aid kits. They know what's up, but Aragon gets taken out. K2 was able to trade him off as well, making things a little bit easier for the retake. But nice Molotov coming from ASI8 to deny the revival. And just like that, he's going to be backed in the corner. And ASI8 cleans out Virtus Pro. They lose one player, but they gobble up 4 points in the back. Great awareness here with this Molotov from ASI8.
You know what? I'm utterly convinced that Virtus Pro and Team Flash just swap players. I really don't know what's happening over here, because Virtus Pro, they're struggling in day number 2 to make a name for themselves. They're pretty decent, but they're being overshadowed as of this moment. And speaking of which, Team Flash are gonna be a little bit flashy right now. Win got picked off a little bit too early on, but we can see inner circle. Instead of cars, Zeus is once again making their own side quest with the rooftop vantage point. The boss is just going to be healing themselves up. Big saviors over here. Fresh out of an engagement, of course. And there's still Thundertalk Gaming and another team nearby. Okay, it looks like Alpha 7 will be on the ground spots. EArena, a little bit of shots, and that's 2 down on the side of EArena. We saw going in with the Molotov, I believe. There's also a lot of things happening. EArena, 30K, right behind that door, rather the window. And of course, Guizhou is going to be taking UZ and 30K as well. Great gaming sense. That is a nice domination, but it's not over just yet. Rev finishes the job. EArena says goodbye, goes into the lobby, and meanwhile, Alpha 7 Esports with the 8 eliminations. Absolutely nice. Sidestepping between the windows, between the walls. Lots of audio cues, lots of game sets, lots of presence of mind, and that just gives Alpha 7 Esports the 8 eliminations that they already
just
have.
Insane reaction so far. He's just hopping around here like a small little ninja himself. But at the same time, all those gunshots has attracted attention here coming from Loops Esports. You can see they are going to keep tabs. You see those vehicles, and as you can see, Switin looking for a little bit of a cheeky angle, maybe a couple knocks in, a couple shots has been fired, but no major damages. Tires still intact, but they do give away their position a little bit, and there's nothing really much they can do about this as well. Now another shot's coming from Switin. Not much of a connection, no knocks, but at least he tried, so that's a little bit of a good sign. But at the same time, was that worth it is going to be the question here as well. His gunshots has attracted the attention of TT, who's also going to be looking in their general vicinity. So that's going to be something that they do have to worry about as the circle is about to close in and 5 seconds left. Will it come towards Georgia Bowl or will it shift out? You can see a couple of teams gambling maybe that is going to go out as well. And seems like it does shift outside. It shifts towards the northern side here. Georgia Bowl still in play, but ASI8 close towards the northern section. And even Alliance has got somewhat of a sense of control, but those terrains, not exactly great here. We've got a couple of mountain terrains on top, but I don't know. Who's going to get dips is going to be the question as well. Alpha 7, quick rotations in towards the northeast corner of Georgia Pole. Try to take compounds. And Alliance wanted to take a compound for themselves, but seems like they are actually going to go for the hard commitment as they go in for the rush. Alhamdulillah gets taken out, and even all for one gets chipped down pretty low as Alpha 7 gonna try and claim out, but none of Molotovs comes in. He's gonna be trapped here. Great shutdown with all for one, gets the confirmation, gets two as well. But Revo, he actually naded himself, but fortunately Gui Zhao was able to save the day. But at the same time, the damage has been done. Alpha 7, they've lost two. That's a blunder there for Alpha 7.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Alpha Gaming? Gonna be watching out for Xavier, just kind of tiptoeing between each other. Okay, shit, takes a bit of damage. That's a lot of damage. Never mind. I take that back. Okay, off. It's gonna be. I mean, this positioning is just absolutely insane. It's just a wonder this guy is still not getting shot at. But on the other hand, Xavier's taking a lot of damage from Doc. It's not going to be enough to get knocked down, however. Alpha Gaming over here. Okay, still watching out for these guys. Ruthless, a little bit too far from the rest of their team. Ragnarok nearby, getting shot at. Unfortunately, none of those bullets were connecting. I'm gonna be backing away, seeing if they can find another angle here. Top is also there on Alpha Gaming side, and SF Rylene with their cars. Ruthless really out in the open, and looks like they'll be having to get a move on. He's gonna be eating them up. Ragnarok taking a bit of damage. This hovercraft is smoking from the bullets. Rylene cannot be taken down despite all those resources put into knocking them down. But here, Loops is also having Thundertalk Gaming on their scopes. But here we're gonna be watching out for Thundertalk and Loop.
Well, seems like Loop is going to be going for a couple of pushes here so far. And just like that, a very clean tick down. TTA, they get taken out as well. Loop Esports finally getting completely shut down in this scenario. And just like that, they do have a little bit of room to work with, a little bit of restock here. But it seems like the circle actually comes back to try and shift back into the Georgia Pole. So every single team expecting it to shift outside, now forced to go back into his Georgia Pole. And even Vampire, they themselves get shut down. Alpha Gaming was getting to keep them. And just like that, Miaola gonna be caught out and open. He's gonna get a couple of confirmations. This Doc gets confirmed. But Vampire, they get completely dismantled now. As Alpha Gaming gonna clean out Vampire. There goes my prediction, but all good. As Alpha Gaming gonna be looking to try to continue on the pursuit. As Miaola gonna be found in the cracks under the truck. And just like that, oh, a massive nade from Miaola. What a recovery. He takes one more with him before going down.
Whoa.
Alpha Gaming, they may have won the fight, but they've lost two players. Did not go down without a fight, but Vampire goes out. But while this is happening as well, Alpha 7, they get potentially third party from afar. Xavier gonna be getting a couple shots in, but Urban Warfares will be a little bit of a tricky situation. Well, Alpha 7's inside Georgia Pole. Alpha Gaming, however, is still outside the zone. Very confusing, but on screen now, ASI8 versus IC, and
Ooh.
well, there goes your prediction potentially here, Annie.
Oh, yeah, inner circle. I guess they're gonna be knocked down here. It's just T24 left, and with that, that's it. Up in smokes, inner circles goes down as the 9th team. Still, Team Flash is still in the game, and Papara Esports is gone. And Alpha Gaming still, that's the production's prediction. And I don't know, Alpha Gaming is doing quite well, but speaking of well, Alpha 7 Gaming with the 11 eliminations, just absolutely insane. And Alpha Gaming still doing quite well. They just crossed the 5 elimination mark. DK, all of a sudden, they got eliminated as well. We're still worrying about 7 whole teams, 16 minutes into the game. 20 players left remaining. Lots of potential elimination points coming in. Influence Rage. Looks like they're going to be spawning a car, just kind of taking down the wheels just in case someone has been banking on using that. Here, Infinite Influence Rage rather. Influence Rage is still within the game. I mean, these guys are a pretty decent team. I'm still waiting on these guys to suddenly shine all of a sudden in the game. But here, still, we're kind of waiting it out. In Georgia Pool, there's A7, there's Infinite Rage, and there's a lot of shots coming in from Diego, but it's not going to be finding that connection. What's connecting, however, is Zios to Crypto. And it's going to be a trade-off. Casanova finds Ziol as well. That's a 1-for-1 knockout on both sides of the team. Here, Alpha Gaming top. He's going to be so out in the open. Still, it's going to be paying off really, really soon. Smoke's coming up. There's grenades cooking. Just trades off after trades off. Crypto is going to be losing their life to the play zone. And looks like ASI, it's just slowly but surely trying to crawl the way into the smokes. Here we can see the next circle is going to close in on a lot of buildings, especially towards the southern part, southwestern part of that circle. So there's already the Xavier positioned in. There's loops nearby. A7 and FL towards the same vicinity. It's going to be Influence Rage that's in the open field. And there's a bunch of teams also towards the northeastern part. They definitely have to keep a move on. But right now, it looks like they're going to be circling each other out. And that is a vehicle elimination from INF Federal, in fact. And still, there's a top behind this boulder. Whether or not Influence Rage has some sort of knowledge or information that is there, it's probably not, because they tried to nade that tree instead. Okay, Tops finally gets spotted, and that is it for Alpha Gaming. It looks like we're down to 5 teams. It's actually Influence Rage, Deep Savior, Loops, Team Flash A7, and it looks like Loops will be taking a lot of damage up against the Xavier. Gonna be going inside of this room.
Ooh.
Lots of players down. Oh my gosh, Loops, what was that? It's gonna be Ratobo that's all gonna be left. But on the other hand, the question is, the Xavier, just a 1 versus 1 on the active players. Comes in, Shin, gonna be going in, shots, and there's a lot of walls to hide behind 2 doors away. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1, shots in. Not gonna be connecting, but it's Rado Boy that's gonna be having the last laugh. Loops with the domination wipes out the Xavier, and now all that's left to do is to go ahead and revive the rest of the players.
Okay, that was an insane fight. Like, not gonna lie, for a second I thought, is this nerfed shotguns or not? Because it doesn't feel like it's nerfed at all, because the shotties are still looking mighty strong in these scenarios. But could you really blame, like, let's put it on real logic scenarios here. Close quarter combat, shotguns still dominate, undeniably. So as much as we want to try and revamp the SMG meta, nah man, shotties, 1 pump to the face, you're done for. So I'll still go for the shorty, so I'm liking what I'm seeing here. But as of yet, let's take a look towards how the remaining teams has converted so far. A majority of Georgia Pool is still in play inside the zone, but seems like it is going to shift outside here, and Influence Rage does have the advantage and high ground as of yet. So teams inside Georgia Pool, they need to get out, and they've got this completely locked down. Influence Rage couldn't play the previous game just because Weibo Gaming caught them outside of pre-mod for the longest time, but this time they're back in action. They're 4-man strong. They did some work, but not enough elimination, so that's going to be something that they have to figure out themselves. But Alpha 7 has done a fantastic job here so far. They've got a total 11 eliminations here, making a little bit of comeback. And, well, unfortunately for production, their predictions is a little bit off as well. They had Alpha Gaming, I believe, as a prediction, so none of us got our predictions. But jokes aside, 4 teams remaining. Nothing much is happening here. Seems like they will not get out of Georgia Pool unless the zone shifts out. But seems like we are going to be in for a long game here. because a game of patience, a game of chicken is in play. Circle shifts back on towards Alpha 7. Circle shifts on towards Flash. What are the odds of a potential three-peat coming in from Flash here? They had 5 eliminations, but now there are only 2 players this time. We saw it happen in a 2v3 in the previous game. Circle favoring them once more. What are the odds, Annie? Well, it's 18.55%, so do you think it's good odds?
Possible. It's possible, but I'm a little bit nervous to the fact that they only have 2 players left. Team Flash rather only has 2 players left, but they can probably work their way around it, especially since we're talking about bows and tops. It's just that Zeus had been picked off alongside Win, so they're all decent players still. Okay, it looks like Loops will be making their move through the smokes, and they're gonna be targeting. Ooh, they're gonna be targeting Team Flash, perhaps. Okay, Alpha 7 going up this building. Loops is going up against another team that's actually influence range nearby as well. And Loops, they're inside of the building. Already 1 knockdown. They're still healing up, still trying to recover. There's a grenade cooking from somewhere. Alpha 7 spots them, tries to get some damage in. We're not seeing anything on the kill feed yet. On the other hand, Little Boy gets spotted by Guidao from Alpha 7, but no casualties yet. It's just a bunch of push and pull from these teams. All damage, no confirmation whatsoever. Lots of patience is needed for these teams. And Loops, initially, they had a very aggressive approach, but it's all just approach, no action whatsoever. Here, Influence Rage, although they have the vantage point, they have the upper ground still, they are quite in the open, and it's just a wonder that they haven't gotten picked off yet. They're just trying to bait these 3 teams into showing their locations. But over here it looks like they're all kind of playing it safe. Loops are trying to throw a bit of grenade action towards both teams. It's a Team Flash first, they didn't quite take any damage, and now A7's turn. Rizal nearby, no damage whatsoever, not even splash, not even a smidget of damage. You're going to be attempting once again, and it's not going to be connecting still. And we're 24 minutes into the game, not too far off into an ERANGEL game, a typical ERANGEL game. In fact, we're still stage 6, but still, the fact that we're in a lull in the game, despite the fact that the previous maps, it was all action, it was all movement. Right now, we're at a standstill, and I think we're going to be waiting a little longer.
Yeah, this is an urban warfare, right? And it's expected to be to come down towards a level of like out in the open as well. But as soon as the circle shifts into its Loops facility, this is pretty much down towards the final moments of the entire zone. Like, Loops has no reason to push out just because they're 4-man, not exactly 4-man strong. That's 1. 2, they have no reason to push the Alpha 7 just because Influence Rage has got their sights on them. They can't really push Flash as well because in between is no man's land, is a lot of utilities. Influence Rage is the biggest targets on all these 3 teams right now, and there's no reason for Influence Rage to give up high ground. And based on how I'm seeing on the zone right here, there is going to be absolutely no action for another circle. So it will come down towards the final circle if the zone continues on. But based on what I'm seeing here, the prediction seems to be skewed right below the mountain footings of Influence Rage. So every single team from Georgia needs to get out in the open. And as you can see, nobody wants to lose in placement points. Nobody wants to push out first. Nobody wants to make the first move, because whoever makes the first move first is gonna get punished. And Influence Rage has got so many angles looking out on all 3 teams. Like, the greed from Influence Rage is to get all 3 points. And even Rato Boy is like, dude, what am I supposed to do right now? Like, let's be honest, Annie. Like, if we were in this situation, what should we do?
I would also be dancing. I would be dancing. I love that energy. Go, Rato Boy.
I don't know what's the term for this, but in keyboard terms, it's AFK. But sure, man. Like, what can we do? The circle just forces us in a situation where if I were to push out, I'll die. Why would I push? Just wait for the zone. Like guys, you know what? Let's not talk about a game for like another one circle right now. Annie, how's your day?
I mean, I was good. Someone told me to sub off on someone like 3 hours ago, and now I'm casting. How was your day, I see?
Yeah, pretty much the same. That was yesterday, but at the same time, you know what, Ratoboy, what is an iconic music that would suit his team in dancing right now?
I don't know if we're allowed to sing. We might get like.
Well, you won't get
shot down.
copyrighted.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I have a few songs in mind, but I don't think I can like mention them or something. I'm not sure.
My mind will be like Roly Poly or something like that. Some really old school K-pop song.
That's all that they can do. That's all they can do. You can dance, and in fact, you can go to the caster desk. You can dance. I'm just kidding. Please don't. But just keep watching the game. Looks like Federal tried to put some bullets in. Hopefully, something happens.
Hey, for all things considered, now the circle shifts on towards the northwest corner. So that means action is on its way. In Alpha 7, well, they've drawn the short stick on the straw here as they have to make the first move. And this time, they are going to be pushing on towards Loops. Nades are coming in. And this time, Alpha 7 is going to be taking the ground floor. And Loops, do they want to commit to this? Nades are being expended as well. Ravo, Gui was able to find a couple one as well. Loops goes down. And Alpha 7, they somehow hold on. What am I watching? A two-man push into a tree. And they clean out two. They won the fight. And now only Neil's left remaining on top. And seems to me Loops may have well, used up all the energy from dancing too much, I would say here, Eddie.
Okay, that was just for good luck, you know. It's just quite unfortunate that Alpha 7 managed to turn the tides around up against them, but it looks like there'll be a 2-for-1 grenade trade. Let's see if Loops will survive this. And they do? Okay, but it's not gonna be over yet. The Blue Zone is gonna be forcing the hands of these two teams going up against each other, bouncing and bouncing everywhere, all around the building. Luz manages to move into another building, and it looks like the Blue Zone has stopped. It's A7 that's on the pressure right now. Grenades coming in. Meanwhile, INF going up against Flash, but Neil Zada takes a lot of damage, and that is it. The last person standing from Loops will be taken down by A7, but it's not over just yet. INF, beautiful positioning, raining fire down onto the peasants on the floor. Oh my gosh, Diego.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, A7, unfortunate with the positioning with the circle. They will be punished for just merely existing. Now it's gonna be between INF and Team Flash. Boss, it's already knocked down. It's all up to tops. It's all up to tops. It's a 4 versus 1. I don't think this is gonna be a back-to-back chicken dinner, unfortunately. And now INF's just gonna be swooping in to finish the job.
Okay, tops. Okay, tops. Sure, bro.
No.
All right.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay. Almost.
We're gonna put a little bit of full stop here, but finally the game concludes and Influence Rage gets the winner chicken dinner. It took a while, but they got it done. Nice little recovery here coming from Influence Rage, but Alpha 7, Loops, they tried their best, but Alpha 7, my goodness, that was a insane two-man push that just completely wiping out Loops here. Great game sense coming from tops as well to put that well-placed nade to shut down Alpha 7. But then 4-way showdown stalemate concluded with Influence Rage hoping to get a lot of points, but still snatches the chicken dinner. So a little bit of a long drawn out game, but again, you know, they are practicing, they are training, they are looking to be the best of the best in the world. So sometimes patience might pay off, sometimes patience might not. In this case, Influence Rage, it paid off by getting the chicken dinner, but not enough eliminations in this game. So small little victories, I'll take them, but they need a massive game like what Flash did in order to try and get more points here, Annie, I would say.
Absolutely, I agree with you right there. I mean, this is a huge feat from Influence Rage. In fact, it's not easy to get a chicken dinner all by yourself, but still going up against so many other wonderful teams, especially Team Flash all of a sudden getting 2 chicken dinners, and also VP still sitting up top, and also Vampire Esports just consistently keeping the rank to themselves. Influence Rage, they're good, they're absolutely amazing, but they have a long way to go. And over here, we're gonna be seeing the teams to watch, of course, Influence Rage and FL, A7 and Loops. These are our last 4 teams standing. In fact, we were watching for 10 minutes probably straight, just 4 teams staring down at each other, not moving whatsoever, just waiting for that circle to make a decision as to who gets to live and who gets to die. And exactly that, it's gonna be Influence Rage with the beautiful positioning towards the open field up top from the buildings that the rest of the 3 teams are hiding about. And well, it paid off. It paid off. They got the chicken dinner from that. They got a decent amount of eliminations, not too much, but 9 is still a lot. And compared to Team Flash, that's 8 eliminations as well. So not as impressive, like not as shocking rather. It's still impressive, but it's not as shocking as map number 1 and map number 2. But still, it's a good, decent amount of points. The question is now, what do the leaderboards look like after this? Because I'm sure I'm very, very interested to see as to how Team Flash is doing.
Yeah, I think they have been very, very consistent so far here. But the MVP for this match is going to be Rebel.
Yeah,
And
the MVP
it is going to be something that I think he is going to be the MVP. Like he did a lot of heavy lifting. He was able to get a lot of isolated trade, and he was able to get a. You know what? For all things considered, Rebel, you did a fantastic job. You did a great job. But that last moments of circle was just too long. And Alpha 7, I feel like them pushing through like that was just phenomenal. Both him and, well, hold that thought for now. Guess what? We have a new contender for the top performer in this game. Casanova from ASI8.
Ooh, 5 eliminations. All right. I mean, ASI, I believe I remember they got picked off quite early, but they have a lot of eliminations. Look at that. That's actually 9 eliminations. They got picked off maybe at Team 8 or Team 7. So we'll probably have to keep a watch on ASI. They're a pretty decent team, but they haven't been shining. They've been outshined by several other teams. But right now, if they're climbing up, then it's definitely a good idea to kind of keep watch on them right now. So, for the rest of the teams, this is the match leaderboard for the match number 9. Of course, that was, I believe, our second ERANGEL map. We're going to be going for or third later on. It's going to be one last chance for the ERANGEL enthusiasts out of these 18 teams. And of course, these are match stats. Looks like VPE's Meow Lag is going to be getting the longest eliminations. And of course, I mean, VPE is pretty decent, but I think they got picked up a little bit too early, so we can't quite appreciate their performance. But this is the overall rankings. It looks like Team Flash is sitting up top this time.
Hey, for all things considered, they are the new gold standard. One of the biggest comebacks so far here at day number 2 in 3 games. They were able to come from all the way on 14th position, climb all the way to number 1 in 3 games. I would say that's a massive performance here. But let's talk about the performance dips that has happened so far. Virtus Pro was able to get like almost 10 games per. Well, they didn't really do too well. They've got 10 points in the first game. Today, after that 0-1, Vampire was able to get like 10 points per game, but last game bowed out a little bit early. But we do see a new contender in this game. So I would say the leaderboard is going to be shifting up and down as well, but same can be said for the teams in the bottom as well. So I want to see how Weibo is going to bounce back here, because Weibo, they had a pretty okay game in Rondo. After that, the rivalry between them and Influence Rage has been a little bit of an awkward thing, causing both of them getting taken out in match 8. But match 9, Influence Rage was able to snatch the chicken dinner. 5 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Not too shabby, small little recovery, but definitely I feel like Weibo definitely needs to step up, because I have no idea what's happening with this team so far, because this is a powerhouse of a team here, Annie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hoping to see Weibo Gaming shine later on. But before that happens, of course, as usual, we will be taking a short break. So we'll be moving on to map number 4 after a short break. So, guys, do not go anywhere.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I want.
We are back after match number 3. We will be moving on to match number 4, our final ERANGEL map. So for those teams that shine in ERANGEL in particular, this is going to be their last chance before the 2 Miramars. And once again, well, Team Flash definitely made a huge explosion and shocked everyone basically, with from rank number 17 all the way to rank number 1. I think these guys like through day number 1, or they're just like laying low, and all of a sudden in 3 maps they snag number 1 from the feet of Virtus Pro. Right now everyone's just an afterthought at this rate. It's just amazing, you know, I see.
Yeah, it's definitely a statement to actually, be made here. To be the best, you have to pull the impossible miracle run. But right now, this is what Flash is doing. They have set the new gold standard, or in this case, they have been getting 10 points per game in this past 3 games at least. Let's not count yesterday's game so far, because with these 3 games, they pretty much even the odds. They are somewhere like 6 to 7 points per game, but average rank points they've gotten 2, so average elimination is 6, so that's like 8 to 9 points per game so far. So that's exactly the goal standard you want to be to actually be number 1 for sure. So on average wise, they finally made a little bit of comeback from there. But again, I think based on their performance so far in these plus 3 games, I want to curse them for a little bit here. I'm sick of Flash here. I'm gonna put my predictions on Flash just to see whether or not I will actually get one correct by the end of the day. Oh, well, seems like Annie has
I'm so sorry. Yes,
all right.
my mic is
Okay.
mic problems, but I will be going on to Papara Esports this time.
Okay, Vampire. Okay, I was Vampire trained all the way through,
And now I'm Vampire and you're Flash. Okay, Alpha 7. I understand. I'm just saying I understand. But they have a long way to go to, a break from the shadows of Team Flash. I'm just saying Team Flash is just something else this time. But Influence Rage managed to outsmart them in the previous map, so things might change maybe in this final ERANGEL map.
I think
Yes,
I
maybe
can understand what production's expecting as well. Like after seeing Alpha 7 push loops like that in 2v3 and then just shutting them down and almost surviving, just because they were able to dodge that initial scuffle from where Influence Rage was shooting on top. So I can see where production team is. Like they're based on their predictions, it's all very technical plays, micro plays, rather than I'm a fan of this team and I'm a fan of a team. So
Yeah.
you can see the biasness between 3 of us. Like you, me, and also production team in our predictions. So I like it.
Yeah, I think
I'm
our
more of like
predictions are
an
just
emotional curse thing, Like you know what? Just let's curse this team kind of thing.
you're predicting not because you're rooting for them, it's because you want to curse them. What is that?
Think about this here. I've got 0 correct so far. So whichever team I predict so far is not gonna get the chicken dinner. So hey man, sure, whatever.
Evil, absolutely evil. That is like ulterior motive kind of caster, guys. You have to watch out for Icy. If this guy says your team's name, just don't bank on that chicken dinner anymore, because this guy has ulterior motives. But still, we're gonna be moving on to our final ERANGEL map. This is match number 4 for our day number 2 of the grand finals. After this, it's gonna be 8 more chances for the teams, so they have to make the most out of it. And it looks like the flight path is going to be going up from Milta all the way to, I believe that's the shooting range. So it looks like Pachiki might still be like accessible, maybe not the military base. Nova Repnoya may be possible, but definitely not Gatka or Primorsk. We're not going to be seeing the Weibo and what the other team, Influence Rage, going up against each other in Primorsk anymore. None of that. We're going to be going eastward this time.
This is such a weird circle flight path here for the past 3 games in ERANGEL. Think about it, right? Like the flight path came from west to south, like on the bottom left corner, and then the next one was from south to east, and now from east to west. If there was, I feel like if there's a 4th ERANGEL, it might come from north to west, and then we will have a full box shape, straight up. But for now, let's talk about the potential drop collisions here. Let's put Influence Rage and Weibo on hold. They might drive all the way to Primos to fight it out again. But what I do know is that this time in Novo, we will have new contenders here, because Alpha Gaming is going to be joining in the mix as well. But they're not directly in the city, so they are on the outskirts. seeing that there is 3 potential teams here. We are going to be expecting a possible drop collision. But guess what? Yasnaya, full house. Right from the get-go. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams inside Yasnaya right now. That is kind of scary.
You gotta be quite the ride for this. But yeah, we're gonna be going on to our drop-off points so far. Okay, I was gonna say no casualties, but Zeus finding Influence Rage Diego. And that's definitely revenge from the previous game. But Fallock finding Haaland from Alliance as well. Okay, that's a first blood, I believe, on the side of Alliance. And with that win, it's going to be swooping in. It's going to be a little bit complicated. Yes, Naya. EArena still in the bag. Influence Rage. Diego, quite low on health. I think not much to work with in terms of healing items, but that's another eliminations on the side of Alliance as well. And well, it's gonna be a little bit hard to survive at this rate, especially since people don't have much healing items, not much ammo as well as throwables. But over here, little boy looking out the window. There's Team Flash nearby, compounded in the same building, but Law is trying to peek into these stairs, trying to see if they can find any sort of information. But Zeus is just lurking about right at the corner, just away from vision. Of course, Federals just lurking up at the window. Tries to put some sprays on. Weibo Gaming, a bit of damage, but Thundertalk Gaming gets spotted by Alpha Gaming's Reefus. Okay, as Sitting will be falling down. King would be next on the crosshairs. Just a little bit of damage done. Neko Dive is nearby, right behind them. Sitting's just way too risky to go ahead and give a revive, but I believe Sitting will be trying to crawl into where the rest of the team is, but Reefus is going to be closing in. Going to be finishing this off, attempting to finish this off. Sitting is slowly but surely losing a lot of health. Over here, Grenade's probably gonna finish them off. Nope, it's gonna be a smoke, and with that, we're gonna be losing this place up. Alpha Gaming gets one more elimination on the turn.
Yeah, but seems like we do have a little bit of a potential loot crate here. In this case, there is a couple of strays here on this Alpha Gaming, but the circle is going to be shifting onto his military, so the teams have to wrap things up before they actually push into the island themselves. Xavier, Shin, looking to try and clutch things big time. He gets a nice tag, gets another tag as well. Alliance gets completely dismantled there. And just like that, I think Xavier, they extend their lifeline with 2 players. But in Yasnaya, this is where things get a little bit concerning here. We saw 4 to 5 teams just now. Weibo is still in the vicinity. They're just going to be pouring onto Yasnaya. I don't think they are going to be able to make it out alive. So they are going to be training for urban warfare instead, I would say. But on the elimination feed here, we do see Weibo getting taken out here. That's a lot of fights happening here, Andy. This is just all-out brawl right from the get-go. Everybody's just scrambling as quickly as they can before they push to inside the zone. So a lot of individual plays needs to be worked here, but Team Flash top. Oh, that's a mistake. Diego finds an off angle, takes him out, and now Flash is in trouble. He needs a little bit of salvation. Federal was able to get a nice chip here. Nice bait and switch coming in. Takes down 2. But the refract comes in. Tops is able to get him down, but was shut down from behind. And it seems like I was right. Flash is the first team to be eliminated.
No! Not only did you curse Team Flash, you made them get picked off so early on. Oh man, that is just... I don't even know what to say. What can you say for... I'm just kidding. But then, yeah.
I am happy to be the evil villain.
I'm so stumped. How could you say that? But yeah, well, we're kind of laughing over here with Weibo Gaming versus EArena. Looks like Sakura just got eliminated off. T2K is probably gonna be next, and that's exactly what's happening. EArena, what is up with these guys? It looks like they're down to one last active player, attempting to go ahead and give the revive to Joker. But Weibo Gaming with their two-man team attempting to kind of march into the building. They're playing it safe just a little bit. They're going up the second floor. Rather, it's going to be EA that's going up the second floor. Weibo Gaming. Question is, will they be going on the aggressive? One player taking a bit of damage from EArena's side. Some warning shots. But EArena, got taken out by Influence Rage, a third party all of a sudden from behind. They definitely did not expect that, but right now Influence Range going in as the third party, trying to see if they can get any sort of stray kills in the bag. In fact, Diego gets a Molotov kill on Joker, finishing them off instead of Weibo Gaming. And now Neyuzi is just trying their best to hide inside the second floor, trying to see if they can avoid any sort of damage. But Influence Range is nearby, little boys right outside, and that blue zone is going to be closing in.
What?
Stage 1 circle is about a few minutes into the circle, but yes, it's gonna be watching out. Diego 3 right at the rooftop, watching this balcony, expecting someone to come out of this. And Influence Rage, they have the upper hand and the upper roof at this rate. Weibo Gaming is on the same boat as EArena as of this moment. They're just hiding from the predators, trying to get any sort of damage. Oh my gosh, the Molotov comes in. Law gets down one player from Weibo Gaming. Looks like it will be the end for Weibo Gaming. And now it's just EArena that's going to be hunted down.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them, but they will have to play this a little bit safer here. Influence Rage now going to be pushing a little bit from the sides, but great takedowns coming from Influence Rage. And just like that, they do get a little bit of victory laps here. But Geekay versus SF has been going on for the longest of time so far. And it is 1-1. That was the original score. But seems like Geekay might make things into a 2-1 in their favor, with IC being the last player left. And he is going to try and hold on. He gets a nice knock, but he is 1 versus 2. Can he get that moment there? No, he cannot. It gets denied, and Geekay was able to clean them out once more. And Virtus Pro, they're looking for this third-party action, but Geekay, they need to reset. They need to back off. They need to play this a little bit slow here. But Circle taking a little bit of a long time here, as it does shift on towards Novo. A very, very quick shift here. Circle tree all the way down towards Novo. And every team outside is still stuck outside. It is only Circle 2. It is not to the end of the world. You can tank all the way to Circle 4. And the moment Circle 4 begins, that's where things get very, very painful. And Mets is going to be in an all-time necessity, all-time priority, I would say. But Pro prepped up very, very close. They've got them boxed in all directions here. Nice off angle coming from Diana. Gets the knock-in. But do they have time for the reset is going to be the question here. As Aragon looking to try and creep up a little bit more. Waiting on towards the synchronized push. Seems like they are going to go for the tandem nade. But they do get the resets in. Aragon now is very patient. He finds an off angle. No connections. As they take their own little sweet time. Try and go for the push. But Diana try to go for an off angle. Gets scouted out there midway. Gets chipped down pretty low. Needs to get a little bit of reset. So Gig slowly makes their way onto his rooftop now. As they reposition to try and get a little bit of a high ground in. But Virtus Pro, not exactly sure what they're up to as well. Seems like nades are coming in, looking to try and flush a couple of things here and there. Is Aragon trying to check every single corner. But Savji's got a very, very dirty off angle on the stairway as well. Virtus Pro playing very safely. Well, Geekay just making no step. They're trying to fake out for Safety. And Virtus Pro, they're hoping for Diana to get an opening up before they flush in. Very, very tactical maneuver here, Annie. But Aragon makes the mistake here. Safety was able to pick him off. And here comes the flush, Annie.
Ooh, Kevin jumping out of the roof made all the difference. And that took a VP just a little out of, just like out of hand over here. Virtus Pro still holding on to dear life. Still 2 players left standing. They lost Aragon just right there. Taken off guard. And there's still 1 player from Geek on the 2nd floor. And this one, Malware, is kind of just camping on that staircase. And if that guy, if Safji is even putting 1 step into the stair, all the while they're gonna be losing their lives. But here there were some warning shots, so it's kind of a little bit of a psychological play as of the moment. But right now that circle's going to be closing in towards the area of Nova. Yeah, so we're all done with trying to cross that military base island. Right now it's SFG versus VP. But over here towards the cliffs, there's Inner Circle versus A7 as well. It looks like IQ's being hunted down by Carilho. This is practically a chase. And so IQ's trying to get away. Carilho, they're positioning themselves towards the water, which is a good thing. They don't have to worry about looking behind them. And Malloy throws in that Molotov, try to force the hand of Safji. But it's not happening. Safji's keeping their presence of mind right in there. What VP could do right now is take him by the window, but they're not going to be taking that risk. Over here, looks like VP is going to be repositioning. And they heard the audio cues. They're not there in the 1st floor anymore. They're right on another building. And VK's Asafji, they definitely know something's up. It looks like VP, I don't know if they're disengaging, but they're definitely not putting their sight on Geek anymore. In fact, they've just got on the car. I'm not sure what's happening there on their comms, but here, watching Alpha 7 taking position at the cliffs, and of course they also have their cars to go along with this potential open field sort of last circles. But yes, speaking of circles, Inner Circle, I believe they just got eliminated off. We're down to 9 teams, not yet into placement points territory, but still we're gonna be watching out for any other teams that will be eliminated off. Looks like Zyle's attempting to kind of jump this scaffolding, which is a good place to be, but quite easy to get spotted and very, very hard to maneuver around later on, especially when you're out in the pitch. But I give it credit, a pretty nice view for this guy. Fall damage. All right.
I think he's trying to find a to try and snipe with the AWM. He's got a suppressor on that with the 8X, so technically he can snipe people from afar without being spotted out or scouted out as well. So that's a cheeky little play he's trying to make an attempt as well, but it's, again, not exactly easy to find an angle. Like, you need to find a very, very unique angle in order to be able to bypass that prone block animation in order to fire a shot. So I'm curious to see how that goes. But seems like T2K finally makes their way from Yasnaya inside the zone. Took a little bit of a time, but eventually they were able to get there before stage 4 closes in. But seems like the circle is going to shift outside of Novo. And you were talking about why Virtus Pro was backing out. Well, this is exactly why, as the zone forces them to reposition, as they are going to leave Safji all by himself. It's just not worth it. They need those chicken dinner points here. But T2K, they just arrived. They have no clue what's happening. And they get chipped apart by Alpha Gaming from afar. And just like that, Alpha was able to get a couple of freebies themselves. And even INF, who was late to the party inside the zone, is caught up. But guess what? T2K says this is going to be the better team. But, well, I'm going to exit in front of Influence Gaming and give them... So that's exactly what's happened. And, oh, okay. They just got wiped off. Great takedown. Alpha Gaming cleans them all out.
Oh my gosh, Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming's making a name for themselves. Not enough to, take the stage, especially with the spotlight of Team Flash right now. But still, they're kind of steadily climbing. And yeah, I mean, gotta give them credit. That's pretty good efforts that they're giving. But right now, VP is getting bombarded by a bunch of grenades. In fact, they just lost Diana to Molotov. Maldir might be next. A lot of damage taken from those bullets, and that's over for VP. But otherwise, Loops They still have to worry about A7, who heard those shots coming in as the third party a little bit too late, but still it's enough since Loops is still trying to recover. Obscure, throw that grenade. Let's see if it's finished off Neil Zad, and that's exactly what happens. Obscure getting that free kill in the bag. Loops did not manage to reset in time. They lose one player. Obscure, A7 getting one stray kill. And with that, I mean, it's a good start. And they have 4 eliminations, so it's fine. Not sure where their other player is. Obscure's the only one I see. And it seems that there's one player that got knocked down just now. But, yep, that's exactly where they're going. Going for the revive. Rato boy almost got picked up. Managed to get that down into prone just in time to heal up. So that's good. Hiding behind the car. Loops is still at the 1 elimination. They definitely need a little bit more off the gaming. Putting some shots in. Crosshairs out towards Rattleboy. Rattleboy's inside the car. Quite low in health. They need to get away. Meanwhile, Ruthless is just sitting at this amazing location, seeing the overall view of this Novorapnoye sort of area nearby, and just seeing the Xavier and Loops. It's absolutely nice location to be, and all the while the rest of the players are watching there behind. But here, the Xavier, they're gonna be watching out for Loops as well, and there might be another team nearby. They have to pay quite close attention, and I guess the stage 4 circle is gonna close in. We might be seeing a stage 5. There's a lot of teams towards the border of this play zone. We're gonna be expecting a lot of these teams are gonna be displaced later on, but for now it's just a bunch of repositioning, just a bunch of warning shots, and in a couple of seconds we'll see where that stage 5 circle is gonna look into. That blue zone has already closed in. Alpha Gaming is gonna be still within the circle. Top is at the top of the play zone, and it looks like Thundertalk might need to go a little bit of traveling. But over here, we're watching Loops versus the Xavier. Looks like the Xavier going for that aggression, storming into the building, and immediately getting punished for that. A Fang will be falling down, and Shin is still trying their best nonetheless, despite being the last person standing. They're gonna be going on the aggressive. And of course, 3 versus 1. I think we know exactly what happened over here. The Xavier will be falling down. We're down to 5 teams.
Yeah, seems like Loops is going to be able to hold on to this for their dear lives. Again, very consistent stuff coming from Loops here, as they will get a little bit of reset in, but it seems like what's really surprising is that, you know, this is stage 5 and they were down towards the last 5 teams and only 12 players remaining. Seems like they are wrapping things up a little bit here, as a majority of teams was stuck outside Yasnaya, going for those urban warfare training. So a lot of teams have made a little bit of pact there to try and fight things out. But Alpha Gaming seems like they are ready to potentially secure themselves a chicken dinner alongside with Alpha 7. But for now, Alpha Gaming, they do have the numbers advantage. They do have the AWM in play. I haven't seen Top fire a single shot yet. Like, do we have an angle on Top potentially getting a couple of knocks with the AWM, or has he left it out completely? Which is kind of weird, but all good. Alpha Gaming checking every single corners from the south side. Seems like they are gonna try and take everybody out this time. They're looking for a high finish game, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Maybe. Don't curse it. Don't curse it. I'm sorry, I take it back. Okay, fine. You know what? 4 teams. Don't say anything. But Alpha Gaming, I mean, they're a 4-man team, so they have a objectively good chance and getting that chicken dinner. So Loops, 3 players left remaining. They survived in the top 4 in the previous map, so that's not too surprising. Alpha 7, however, down to a duo, so it might be a little bit hard. Thundertalk Gaming, I mean, they could go for placement points, but definitely not going on the aggressive. And Neko Dive, they're just out in the open. I think Zyle has an inkling as to where the position is. Maybe attempting for that potential... Nope, it's not. Neko Dive just dives out of this map. Now we're down to 3 teams. That'll be Alpha Gaming and Loops, as well as A7. still stage 5 circle. Whether or not they'll go aggressive, we're not really sure. But I'm not sure what E7's Rev is doing at the water. Maybe going there for dip for some good luck. But right now, Ruthless has their scopes out for loops. It looks like they'll be going on the aggressive right now. Let's see if they can connect any sort of damage towards the other team.
Yeah, they definitely do. Down to his final 3 teams. Alpha 7 taking a dip in the water. Was able to play the shorelines a little bit here. Ops here with a level 3 helmet. But seems like, well, I'm not sure if he's wearing a helmet or not. Because on the bottom right, it is slightly chipped. But on the icon, he's not exactly wearing anything. Top, getting knocked onto his loop. Here comes the push coming in from Alpha Gaming. And they are going to try and close the distance here as Top. Actually, well, the EWF is gone actually. Alright, APG, hard committing on this fight against Loop. And it's going to be a very, very important fight as well. Top getting shipped out pretty low, down very, very low. But they need to find the opener here. Against Doc. Oh no, from afar, they get third party by A7. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 3 versus 2. Alpha 7 going to be playing the shorelines. They find an entry point inside the zone. But with those gunshots coming in, Loop and Alpha is going to set their crosshairs and focusing on them instead. As they're outside the zone. But no, I spoke too soon. Vinted through the smoke was able to get a cheeky peek off on Zayo, instantly gets traded off as well. And that being said, Alpha 7 heard all those amazing gunshots, tries to sneak in, but gets sniped off by Rafinha. Easy 2Ps for him, but it is down towards a 2 versus 2. They're looking to play this reset here. Zayo will have a little bit of advantage here, but the nades from top finds the opener. And that's going to be the cleanup crew here. Zayo with the first aid kit inside the hovercraft. And now only Rafinha remains. He is on the top of the roof and they know perfectly well where he is. And he does not have a helmet as well. And just like that, Alpha Gaming takes the winner chicken dinner this game. And it seems like none of us has got our predictions right. But Alpha Gaming steps up big time this time. As this is a very, very important game. But I was hoping to see some AWM action, but unfortunately say, did not happen. Did not get the luxury to do so, but still a very tactical game coming from Alpha Gaming. I'm looking forward to see when this kind of circle reaches towards a compact, more concentrated circle. I want to see if Alpha Gaming is going to be able to handle that. But for now, a win is still a win. Congratulations to Alpha Gaming for this win.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpha Gaming definitely deserves this. That is 11 eliminations on their side. Just the right mix of aggression and survivability, and especially towards that last few minutes with Alpha Gaming storming into Loop's house structure. They're hiding out, and they got third partied by A7 all of a sudden. Still, they survived nonetheless. So absolutely insane execution on their plans. They managed to survive the song, and now they snagged that more than 20 points, I believe, in terms of total points for this map. So it's definitely gonna like help out a lot on the leaderboards, and I'm kind of curious what it looks like. Because so far, we saw a while ago, Team Flash, they did not move whatsoever. They got picked off way too early on. So it just gives opportunities for the likes of maybe Virtus Pro and also maybe Papara Esports to kind of climb up just a little bit to try to catch up. And that goes the same with the other teams that are vying for maybe even the top 3. Here are the teams to watch. Yes, EPG, Loops, and A7. We saw them in the final couple of minutes. And Influence Rage, they also, despite being picked off 11 minutes into the game, they're definitely a team that should be watched out for. They did get the chicken dinner in the previous map, and right now they still have a little bit of consistency on their side. And here the head-to-head is Alpha Gaming with a 2k damage as compared to Loops' 1k damage. Mostly for Loops' side, they're kind of like camping out on their house most of the time, and they're just waiting for teams to come along and try to take them down, and they turn the tides out around them. I believe that exact scenario happened with the Xavier and Loops. Loops managed to take down the Xavier just by like cooping up into their house. But of course, then again, Loops, they lost to Alpha Gaming nonetheless. And so with that, we'll be seeing the MVP as well, and it's gonna be from T2K Venom rather. with 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Venom played really, really well. But at the same time, this was the teams that actually played in Yasnaya, right? There was so many teams down towards Yasnaya. It was just a big ordeal. And the two teams that kind of somewhat survived there was Influence Rage and T2K. But what's really surprising for me is that here's an unknown, unpopular fact, is that for some reason in the entirety of ERANGEL, Weibo and Influence Rage has near identical rotations here, like pre-boss, and then when you come towards a off-angle drop spot, somehow they're also in Yasnaya. So it's a little bit of a weird coincidence here, coming from Influence Rage as well as Weibo. But for now, the top performers of this game, of course, we have to talk about Doc and Top coming from APG. But the match leaderboard says otherwise as well. APG with the chicken dinner is going to get them 21 points. Dplus Esports with 11. Influence Rage with 11. Alpha 7 also with 10 points. T2K Esports with 10. So I would say a very balanced one between a lot of these teams. But again, who were the top threes at the start of the day? It was Virtus Pro, Vampire Esports being one of the top two. And then Team Flash was able to sneak up. And three of these teams didn't exactly get too many points this game here, Annie. So this is a point of concern for the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, take down the monsters, and the other teams have a chance to rise up from that. And well, the teams that did rise up, they're gonna take advantage of this kind of the big teams being picked off too early on, and they're racking up a lot of points. That's exactly what Alpha Gaming did right at this scenario, and also Loops getting a lot of points, and Influence Rage straight up with the 10 eliminations despite being picked off at 11 minutes. And looks like this is the overall rankings. What is happening? A7 with the 95 points overtakes Virtus Pro and Team Flash. In fact, Team Flash drops by 2 ranks. Okay, there's a lot of surprises happening for today. Yeah, Team Flash got picked up too early. That gives a Virtus Pro just a little bit of leeway to kind of catch up in terms of points, but it's still not going to be enough to try to climb up all the way to A7, which got 95 points. It's absolutely insane churn of events. And over here, we're also watching the second page of the overall rankings. We can see like how the other teams are doing. Alliance, Inner Circle, and Skyforce, they definitely have a lot of work to do. But Weibo Gaming, this one, Weibo Gaming, not sure if they're just trying new things here, but I definitely know these guys could do better than 14 rank number 14. But you know what? Weibo Gaming, maybe they'll shine all of a sudden. We already saw Team Flash do exactly that, so let's just see what happens later on.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very little bit of a slow start here for some of the teams here, but we do see a little bit of consistency coming from Alpha 7, and I'm looking forward to see more coming from them as well. But this is where things get a little bit spicy here, because we are going to be going into a completely new map. So no more ERANGELs. We are going to be seeing some long-range battles as well. We saw high intense gameplay at the start of the day of Rondo. We saw some cheeky ones of the ERANGEL in terms of tactical balance maneuver, but this time when it comes to Miramar, it's pure macro, pure long range, and that's something that I'm curious to see here, Annie.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, exactly. We're going to be seeing Miramar after this short break, so hopefully something new happens. But before we do, we will be, taking a short break, as I said. So don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream, and this is where things get a little bit spicy as well. Alpha Gaming with a miraculous chicken dinner, or in this case an absolute clean wipe there in that game itself, and we're now officially closing the chapter in the map of ERANGEL. But before that, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Annie, as we are going to be your commentators today on the English podcast for today itself. And now the new chapter begins. It is going to be in the map of Miramar. So finally we are done. That's it for El Clasico. But again, I am a little bit old school. I want to see how the top teams fare well. So I am expecting some drop clashes again here for the preparations and etc. We know what's happening for the globals. But let's talk about the top performers in the map of Miramar so far. These are the top performers. Of course, EArena is going to be one of those teams. Futures Pro is also going to be OC. TT joining the mix, and also Loops coming from Miramar. So this is a difference of pacing here, Annie, in terms of top performance. 4 different teams, or in this case, comparing towards Rondo and also ERANGEL. This is 4 mix-ups compared towards the top performance here. Annie, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, there's a lot of things changing. I mean, the teams to watch out for just keeps changing, and it also holds true. Team Flash doing so well in the first 2 maps, all of a sudden falling off. But yeah, I mean, things happen. Not sure why, but right now we will be going on to our predictions. I will go for Team Flash. I don't know why, but I feel like it might be their 3rd chicken dinner. Maybe I have hope.
Alpha, just for the sake of it, you know, we get a double back to back chicken. Let's go. Yeah, not gonna curse, but let's try that. Alpha Gaming for myself. hey, for all things considered, you know, like Alpha looked really good in that previous game, so I want to see how it happens. I have a feeling production is gonna go for Alpha 7. Believe me, I think it's gonna. Virtus Pro. Okay.
Okay, yes, okay. I mean, Virtus Pro right now, they're kind of getting overshadowed by a bunch of other teams. And yes, Alpha Gaming is number 1. No, it's Alpha 7. That is Alpha number 7, 1 right now. But Alpha Gaming, yes, they popped off with that previous map. Very beautiful sort of performance from them. And here in Team Flash, well, I think it's just like a little bit unfortunate from the previous map. And map number 3, they just got too close, but just not enough, you know, to kind of shine. And it's a huge feat. They climbed all the way to rank number 1 in just a couple of maps. But still, it's going to be Miramar's. So whether or not some other teams are going to suddenly shine all of a sudden, that's something that we'll be finding out later on. Because it's a whole new strategy on Miramar. It's no more foliage, no more random grass, random trees. It's all just deserts and cactuses and lots of elevations, lots of 6-7 story buildings. Just a lot of chaos in Miramar, and lots of cars as well as rotations. So with that, question is now, will things stay the same as the performance of the other teams? Let's just find out.
Yeah, I like that you say that all the trees are gone, but perfectly on the screen I see palm trees on the horizon. But for all things considered, we are going to start things off in the map of Miramar as of yet. As you can see, it is going to be coming on display for now. And things are going to get a little bit different here, but flight path does come from the south side all the way towards the north side. Finally, a very, very balanced flight path for all the teams to traverse. No more skewed flight path from the previous game. So drop clashes, is it gonna happen? Ooh, I want to see that happen right now. Southwest seems empty. Okay, Virtus Pro uncontested. DX Lost Leona's got nobody. All right, okay, maybe Picado, like Picado for sure, right? 5-6 teams in Picado. What do you think?
Maybe. Okay, lots of teams dropping in. Let's see which direction they're gonna take. Right now, Virtus Pro is gonna be uncontested. Yes, as you said, towards maybe the Southern Islands, Minas del Sur. Okay, and some other teams dropping in. Alpha Gaming might be joined in by another team. I'm not quite sure, but Xavier definitely.
7, huh.
Alpha 7 as well? Okay.
Oh no, so it's Weibo who's looking to go for Chumacera, but looks like we have in San Martin.
Yes, Los
Oh,
Leones
it's lost
with the
on
Deep
my bad.
Savior. And also, is that ASI 8? Okay, ASI is definitely another team to watch out for, but right now they're going up against the Xavier. Right now, what's happening is Casanova did get knocked down. The Xavier, one after the other, they're going to be falling. Nate T just got eliminated in this situation. But over here, we're also watching Vampire Esports going up against Inner Circle. And whether or not there's another team, I'm not quite sure. But yes, as we saw a while ago, the Xavier just got eliminated off. That's the first team got eliminated off. But the second team will be Influence Range. Just a little bit too early. Question is now, will there be a third? Because right now, Alliance is taking down one player from Alpha 7. Team Flash holding on to this crate. Interesting. They have 3 eliminations already. So now they have the Hashinda for themselves. Alliance right behind this wall. It's gonna be 2 versus 1. Hamdulillah is gonna be going to the 3rd floor, trying to see if he can get away, but unfortunately that's not gonna happen. Casanova from ASI falls to the ground. Not sure what happened over there. 6042. Right outside, hiding behind the items on the ground, and I think they're gonna be pushing in off of 7, potentially 2 versus 1. But it's gonna be Ram that's gonna be stepping out outside, sprays in, gonna be connecting to 6042. But there's more. All for one will be eliminated off from a distance, gets spotted, and that is the end of Alliance.
Yeah, that's it for Lions here. Unfortunately for them. But just like that, we do see another team that bites the dust here. Wasn't expecting this much drop collision right from the get-go. But let's take a look at what San Martins has installed as well. Flash going up against Skyforce this time. And also EArena going to be joining the mix in this vicinity. And the horizon as well. We do have Loop of the southwest corner outside of San Martin looking through. But this 3-way showdown, it's going to be a test of urban warfares here. Skyforce does have a very interesting split to try things out, while EArena is going to try and creep up on them as well. But Sancher could be going for a very aggressive push outside to try and catch people going for a easy rush. But unfortunately, this is San Martin. It is an urban warfare. But based on how the zone is shifting as well, they do need to wrap things up a little bit quickly before they push through the next phase. So that's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. But let's talk about Picado, IC versus Vampire Esports. That's going to be Vampire that draws blood first. That's the first knock-in. And Vampire, do they want to go in for the crush? Lazarus coming in, even Red Bull as well. Going to be going from the sides. Wins this fight against Hockey. And now Lazarus goes in for the cleanup. Does he go for the pan? No, he does not. He's got the UMP, and Vampire Esports, even the disrespect, IC just gets completely shut off. And look at them. They're just hauling the crates. Oh my goodness, Red Bull, what is... Oh no, oh no.
Do you know the meme, but like dancing with the coffin?
dance. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Vampire, they're celebrating. They are celebrating.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Thank you for the loots.
Well, that was entertaining. I love the spirit, but still, with Vampire Esports getting those 4 eliminations from Inner Circles, I mean, congratulations still. It's a really nice squad wipeout that they had there. But over here in Hacienda de Patrol, I believe it's going to be a little bit of a mess, especially with Skyforce and EArena within the vicinity. And there's also Team Flash just lurking about the outskirts of that compounding that we're watching on right now. Okay, I think there's not much progress just yet. Everyone's kind of just taking position and not really giving away their location, but there's definitely a lot of tension to go about. Skyforce and there's EArena towards their the building across rather. And see Flash, it looks like they'll be disengaging from the area. They're not gonna be they're not gonna be staying for long. And it's actually okay because the circle is still favoring this area in San Martin. And I guess they're not going to be making any moves until now. Might be a smoke coming in with their hands. Smoke or grenade? It's not a grenade, definitely. Okay. Maybe an attempt. Let's see if there's any knockdowns. There's a little bit of a warning shot. EArena with their scopes out. Not much aggression yet, but there is a grenade cooking from somewhere out there. Not seeing any knockdowns, however. Skyforce gonna be positioning in. EArena still nearby, not making any moves. Just scouting the area with their scopes. A little bit of bullets here and there. Triggers so disciplined, not taking any risks as of the moment. Everyone's just waiting it out. And it looks like this might be the case for a couple more minutes. So, let's see if anything else happens, or maybe we're just going to be staying here, watching out for anything to happen. It's probably going to be the case, especially since that circle is still within this vicinity.
Yeah, but as of yet, this stalemate in San Martin needs to conclude very, very soon. Like, as of yet, they're not making any attempts to actually make it inside the zone yet, but they're still on the edge of the zone. It's not too shabby to actually make a little kind of rotation here. Miramar does have a lot of easy access in terms of rotations, but once all those high grounds gets taken up, that's pretty much it for them. But Geekay Esports finds a little bit of a nice piece here on the side here, northeast corner. Thundertalk Gaming needs to go in for those resets. Unfortunately, won't be able to do any of that as of yet. They're outside the zone in stage 1, but GK, they can take their own sweet time. But the problem is, do they want to go in for the push? It's a hard push upslope as well. The incline does not help in terms of rotations. Does not have the travel speed to push through. They need to go in quickly, but seems like the zone is going to force them to rotate instead, as they are going to be on the move first. And yes, it does push in towards the outskirts of Los Leones. So Los Leones still in play, but Virtus Pro is going to be playing on the southeast corner of Los Leones. A pretty good mountain terrain here to try and gatekeep teams who is coming out from Los Leones, because once you get in, you can never really come out. And ASIA going to be playing for north side instead, trying to dominate the north region instead. But Flash, nice scouting, will we be able to back off? And they rotate around it. So it's a very tricky game here, I would say, Annie. But it is a very slow game so far.
Yeah, and I guess this is the prime difference between ERANGEL and Miramar. It's just the time stretched between circles. But just as I said, that might be a Weibo Gaming versus APG sort of action, especially with the cars coming in. Some warning shots. It looks like Weibo Gaming is about to have the first casualty, but it's not to be finished off just yet. Doc finds another, but takes a lot of damage to soak down to less than half of their health. Gonna be going backwards for a little bit of healing. But no knocks and no eliminations yet. The Doc is quite low in health. Alpha Gaming gets spotted once again with their cars. They're trying to get away. I don't know if they're trying to disengage or reposition. It's a question now, because they're still outside of the next play zone. But here, a little bit of sprays on. Team Flash gonna be joining in, and they seal that elimination. The Tops falling down. There's still 3 players left in Alpha Gaming. Oh, the floor is on fire. Tops falls down. Let's see if they get confirmed out, because definitely Alpha Gaming's down to 3 players now. And Alpha Gaming's gonna be storming into the building where Team Flash is potentially gonna be, while they're trying to recover from that engagement. Zeus just right out the building, right out of that window, and Doc gets spotted. A beautiful reaction time coming in from Zeus as expected. Doc will be potentially finished off over here, but Win is taking a lot of damage from Zyol from the 2nd or 3rd floor. And of course, Win, oh my gosh, there's Weibo Gaming as well. Where are these guys coming from? It looks like there might be a potential 3rd party in this scenario. Grenades being traded here and there. Alpha Gaming Refus joining and barging into the room. There we have it, just right behind this door. Zeus, it's Tops. They'll be finished off. Now it's just going to be Bose is going to be left. And whether or not Bose gets spotted by Alpha Gaming, that's something that's left to be seen. But Bose is slowly going into the position of Alpha Gaming. I think they'll be trying to vie for some eliminations. Nonetheless, despite being the last person standing, Weibo Gaming will be definitely joining the fray. And quite far from the action, but still they managed to seal a kill from under the wings of Team Flash. So it's definitely possible. Right now, grenades traded here and there.
Yeah, they do have a couple of needs here. APG, they are going to be okay, but Bose can't seem to find a connection as well. Seems like there is a small little dipper that comes through. Molotovs comes in from Bose to try and get a couple shots in, but from afar, Weibo Gaming with the third parties here. Let's see if they get a couple shots in. Seems like Flash is in a lot of trouble now this time, as Weibo Gaming with a little bit of an unexpected third party inside Los Leones, as Weibo finds one more. They need those confirmations, but the return fire from Alpha Gaming instead. Now only Refuse remains. He's only down to his last 4 bullets on the S2K. He's got to make every single shot count. Will he make history is a good question as well. He's going for pre-fires, finds a connection. That's going to be one knock from Weibo. But it's down towards his last bullet of STLK. He needs ammunition. Somebody's got to give it to him. But Weibo Gaming, they are playing the tactical approach right now, as they go in for the reset. Same can be said for APG. But Alpha Gaming cannot reset at all. He's out of ammunition on his shotguns, forced to use the M4. And Sook was able to scout him from afar. Zayo Doc so far away. He's stranded all by himself. And even Bose from Flash is trying to make a mark himself. Refuse gets rushed in, needs a little bit of a salvation point, but Bose will be the ones that get taken out first, and Refuse is still stuck on the rooftop with an M4 Glacier at hand. 3 headshots to the head to get 1 knock in. Not 3 guys pushing, that's 9 headshots consecutively to even win this fight here. As seems he goes, here he comes, gets the first knock, but not the second. Weibo Gaming overruns him. Goodbye. Not enough TTK advantage to actually make a comeback. And that's going to be Weibo Gaming cleaning out 2 players. And there goes my caster's curse. I am so sorry, Alpha Gaming. I am so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all about the teams, and we're just predicting stuff, from our vibes and our statistics. It's just a whole lot of guessing. Even the teams don't even know if they're gonna win this or not. But here, Skyforce spots EA still in the same situation as they were a couple of minutes ago. Over here, what are they doing up top all the way in San Martin? They're still holding on to things that need to be let go. But you know what? Let's not tell them what to do. We're gonna be focusing on Los Leones, and actually just half of Los Leones. That next circle is gonna be closing in just a little bit more. And this is a stage 4 circle. It's gonna be a little bit hard to work around with. I don't know where these grenades are supposed to go, but they are definitely moving. EArena's Tourniquet finds Icy, and that's 1 more down from the side of Skyforce. Finally, that's our first elimination point for the side of EArena. I hope it was worth it. Okay, that's the second. And with that, Skyforce does get eliminated off. And now the new cavalry is to kind of go ahead and get those 2.2 kilometers towards the play zone. And that stage 4 circle is going to hurt quite a lot. Over here, we see Sung Jin Woo. This guy spots Geek. A little bit, few sprays in, but not really enough to result into a knock just yet. Thundertalk also supporting Horizon. 30k. Well, I hope it was worth it. Looks like EA slowly but surely losing their lives to the play zone as expected. Thundertalk within the car, just lounging about, kind of like, looping around the open field, finally finding a building to hide behind. And Papara Esports suck from Weibo Gaming. So that's pretty much 3 different teams. There's also ASI8 to worry about. So within Los Leones, yes, that circle is going to be a little bit too small for 36, now 35 players left remaining. So, you know what? Let's just keep watching. We're probably going to be seeing a drawn-out game just like we saw in the previous game. But right now, it's just all about bunch of chip damage from a bunch of bullets, a lot of sniping in. Lazarus takes a bit of damage. Exactly that.
Yeah, but with circle shifting onto its urban warfare as well from Los Leonas, it is going to be tricky as well. Weibo, they are going to be dominating Los Leonas for now, but everybody is still outside. So VPE, they're trying to push up, but it's going to be very, very tough to do so, as Weibo Gaming's got the high grounds completely locked down from the northern section. But they do need to push in towards VPE very, very soon here. As you can see, Papara Esports, they're trying to look for a couple of entry points, a couple of stragglers in. But ASI8, smack middle here, they do have the high grounds, but they're afraid to peek down just because they might be sniped from across the other mountain terrains, which makes a lot of sense. From the north, we have Weibo. From the south, we have Virtus Pro, which is going to be a problem for them. But what happened to Sakura? Did he just fall down to his death? That's awkward. That shouldn't have happened. What happened, brother? Are you okay? Gwenchana?
I mean, oh, they slipped. They slipped. But EArena was camping towards the play zone. I mean, the blue zone. So they reached stage 4 circle. They kind of like, probably expected that. I don't know if it was worth the 2 eliminations that they got on Skyforce, but that's what happened. Right now, it's going to be that next circle. Half of Los Leones, rather, maybe a quarter of Los Leones still within that circle. There's more! There's more Los Leones to worry about, and there's a lot of open fields, lots of elevations in that. And it looks like Alpha 7 with their domination already. I think someone from Thundertalk just lost their lives to the play zone, and now that's exactly what happened. They got picked off. Now we're only down to 8 more teams. Starting now, we will be seeing placement points going into our players. But over here, of course, Guitao is going to be coming in, risking a little bit of damage just to get a little bit of a rather one car in, just to help them out with this last final circles that'll be happening really, really soon. And that stage 5 circle is gonna close in this actually is gonna start right now. Okay, it looks like Stony gets spotted by T2K Igneous. Some sprays in, got knocked out of the car. Diana is also out in the open, gets spotted, but T2K gets retaliated against Aragon, putting those sprays on. This time, Diana still spotted by Igneous right on their crosshairs, but it's not really enough to put a little bit of damage. Aragon's definitely holding on to their position. 4 versus 1, potentially. Not really good luck, but Loops is also nearby. Aragon's gonna be spotting them out, trying to see if they can get some damage in, but unfortunately they're not going to be finding the knock that they need. So right now they'll be changing their priorities to T2K, which is quite nearby, but they're also going to be spotted so early on. So, it's all about taking the risks. Let's see what T2K, what VP, and what A7 and even Loops is going to do at this scenario.
Well, as of yet, T2K, they get picked apart as well. VPE gonna get a couple shots in. Even Ruthless Esports both gonna be chiming in as well, but they're still outside the zone-ish. But the circle shifting in play right now, they do need to play this a little bit quicker, as they're still stuck. They're trying to make their way in, but Virtus Pro kind of seem to find an entry point as well. Aragon is pretty much the guy that is supposed to provide scouting for the team or even cover fire, but the moment he got knocked out, there's no way that Virtus Pro can actually pick him up unless they commit to the top push. But seems like T2K is going to back out all by himself. He's not going to take a full firing squad against Luke. T2K will try and clean things out, get a couple points themselves. And guess what? Oh, wait, get some free points. I'm going to push out instead. Okay, seems like the area might be clear, as he is going to be the solo warrior for this game. Stage 5 in play. Going to be legging his way through. Aragon gets confirmed from afar. It's going to be Obscure from Alpha 7 that claims his life from afar. As Alpha 7 shouldn't be able to find those angles here, technically, just because they do have the low ground, but nice shots though. But look at this, Annie. Vampire finds a pixel waver from the horizon. Great shots from Red Bull. Celebrations coming from them. Seems like they do have a little bit of good luck charm from Inner Circle's initial fight in Picado. But with the shots like that, fam, VPE. Whew. That is Crips. But Circle, they do need to push through. They're still focusing on Weibo, but the next person in hand is going to be ASI8. Crypto is all by himself, and ASI8 does not have the angles to completely zone off one angle. They're pretty split off as well, and Weibo is keeping K2 in check. So that's going to be a tricky situation here for ASI I8 on how they want to approach this. Even the K2. Oh, he sees Loop, gets the knock, but he needs the confirmation. Well, can't do anything now. He's out of ammunition as well, and he look 0-0. Oh, with the M4. That is
Throw that thing away. Toss that thing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, K2 takes a bit of damage. Papara Esports joining in. Weibo Gaming. Get some shots in. ASI takes a bit of damage as well. Oh my gosh. Sungjin Woo does not even know where to aim their gun. It's just so many potential targets. But over here, gonna be going for those repositions, rotating into the areas. Definitely a lot of terrain to worry about, but Luke's still in the picture. ASI, it's Crypto. Lots of sprays in. Sungjin Woo a little bit low on health. But that does not stop this guy from trying to get some shots, and Crypto's going to be falling. In fact, they will be finished off by Sungjin Woo. Lazarus on the red definitely needs a bit of revive action from the rest of the team. But Lazarus will be finished off by Casanova, ASI8. And now it's just up to Sungjin Woo and Miaolag for Papara Esports. ASI8, it's because Casanova took a little bit of damage from their own grenade, I think. But Yalag gonna be throwing it in. There's Weibo Gaming nearby. Casanova might be finished off once they get spotted. But no, Mialag managed to like back away just a little bit. Okay, a little bit of audio cue here and there. Gonna be fine hard for a last person from ASI. Finally, Sungjin Woo spots ASI. It's a last player, and that is the end. We're down to 6 teams, and still, Papara Esports is still absolutely insane kind of performance here. In fact, they're 94 points right now in the total leaderboards. Over here, we see VP getting an elimination on their side, and now we're down to 5 last teams. And that's gonna be Weibo Gaming, H7, Papara Esports, Loops, and a VP quite low on health, struggling to stay inside this Miramar map.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting, weird approach here, but they do need to push out very, very soon. Sungjin Woo pretty much stuck on the side, so in this case, like you said, Tony K pretty much in a awkward position to go through. Circle gonna force them out in the open. They need to find a way to get out. And as you can see, Weibo Gaming has got somewhat of a center control. Sungjin Woo makes the first attempt, and look at Order. He's holding his shots in. Finally sees him out in open. He misses his shot. Tries to transition his way through, but Sungjin Woo, Tony K, what the flick? What was that? And just like that, he takes out Order. Sook will take him down with the nade, but ooh, that's some nice fancy movements coming in from Sungjin Woo. But as of yet, he's gonna be picked up by himself here. He's gonna be able to pick himself up. Weibo Gaming, however, it's gonna be looking to try and go a couple of shots in. Vintin will pick him up. Sungjin Woo rises from the ashes there, as I think he does have a self-res kit, I believe.
Health, grenade coming in, still alive despite all odds. And now, right now, we're just gonna be watching, you know, the reckoning of Sungjin Woo. What is this guy up to? What is this guy cooking? Especially with so many vultures turning and scouting this guy off. But all the while, VP finally gets picked off. And now we're down to 4 teams right now. Sungjin Woo, this guy, absolute vampire in all meanings and all definitions. This guy just refuses to kick the bucket and bite the dust. But here, Weibo Gaming, of course, gonna be attempting that, but whoever peeks, they're probably gonna be shot at. So they're definitely gonna be treading carefully. Okay, some grenades in. She's gonna be popping that car out. No one's gonna be there. Loops towards the west of Sungjin Woo and A7. But kind of maybe this is a good positioning from A7. I think Obscure's gonna be attempting on Weibo Gaming. Let's see if that's gonna be happening. But Weibo Gaming, I think they spot the loops. They're not pulling
see him?
Oh, there's a brush.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Do they not see him?
Oh my
All right.
Probably not. Probably not. They're in a bush. Okay. Sungjin Woo coming in with the surprise attack. Oh no, it's the end of Sungjin Woo. Wow, that was a nice ride. You know, that was a nice couple of minutes where this guy absolutely clowned the rest of the team just hiding in that bush, being camouflage. But that was entertaining, of course. But still, unfortunately, Papara Esports will not be getting this chicken dinner. But Sungjin Woo did give us a pretty entertaining, last moments in life. Right now, it's just A7, Loops, and Weibo Gaming vying for that chicken dinner.
Oh boy, Alpha 7 looking to try and claim the chicken dinner this time. And unfortunately for me, Alpha Gaming not having a great game, but Alpha 7, one of the most consistent teams so far today. Almost every single game they have placed top 3, top 4. Except though they won game, but even then, now again another top 3 entry. But this time looking to try and secure the chicken dinners themselves. And the one that may possibly snatch it away here is going to be Weibo Gaming. But as you can see, with the circles coming in, Alpha 7 has got a wide spread coming through. Do they claim all the points or do they let them fight it out? It seems like Weibo looking to try and toss a couple of nades through on the sides. As Loop's going to be stuck back against the corner. Needs to find an entry point, but they're stuck in a hole there. Nothing much they can do about this. No vehicles, no emergency deploy covers, nothing. Unless you can dig a hole under the mountain, which wrong game, not updated at all, and wrong map
game.
as well. And even for Rondo, there's only a certain amount of dirt you can dig through with those nades. So, perfect nade from Weibo says otherwise, and that's it. Clean house. Alpha takes one, Weibo takes one. Massive fight now. 2v3. Backs against the wall is going to be Weibo Gaming, and Alpha 7 has got them completely wrapped down. Great nade from Bravo. Drops one player down really low, and Sue gets completely shut down. And this is going to be the Royal Flush. Alpha 7 looking for the chicken, and they do get the winner chicken dinner. What a game from Alpha 7. And I know for a fact that Annie, you have something to say about this. This is a prediction that we wanted it to happen a long time ago, I'd say.
Just a little too late for that. But yes, congratulations to Alpha 7. I mean, including the placement points, and it's a lot of damage coming in, especially with Rev and Obscure. So, a perfect balance of aggression and also survivability from this team. And of course, other notable things from this games, probably like, I don't know, just stat of, I don't understand what happened between EArena and Skyforce. They just stayed there in the blue zone until stage number 4. And I don't know if it's, I don't know what's happening there. They just didn't get the risk assessment right. I'm not sure. But still, Complaints aside, still it was a good run for the Miramar. I mean, it's just a little bit too slow for my liking and a little bit less on the aggression, unlike ERANGEL and RONDO. But still, it was a good run for these 17 participating teams, and hopefully we see something shifting towards the leaderboards later on.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward thing here happening, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that we happen as of yet. But teams to watch here, these are the current screen so far. Weibo, A7VP, ASIA, they did really well throughout this entirety of this game. But that is going to be something that we are looking forward to as well, because we have new contenders in the map of Miramar. And let's talk a little bit more onto the head-to-head here between both these two teams here. Alpha 7 did this amount of damage in that game with 1,544, alongside with Weibo Gaming with 1,500 damage here, pretty equal terms. This is a massive game coming from both Alpha 7 and Weibo Gaming. But in terms of heals-wise, Weibo Gaming got shot a lot more compared to the rest, and they had to fight out the fight initially from Lost Arenas, bleeding out trade blows in terms of urban warfare. So that's going to be something that I was happy to see a little bit bounce back from Weibo, but still not enough. There's more games to go. But let's talk about the MVP of the match. Song Jin-woo once more, the MVP of the match. And he...
Oh my gosh, this guy, Song Jin-woo, just an absolute menace. And this guy pulled off like two different iconic moments in the state number 2. It was the first with the solo side questing in Rondo, and now this time hiding in the bush. Hide in bush. This guy thinks he's a faker, but wrong game. But yeah, well, it was absolutely insane. It was nice. Song Jin-woo definitely deserves that MVP with the 5 eliminations. Number 2 is A7's Obscure. Number 3 is going to be A7 once again with Rav, and number 4 will be ASI8's Iron 10. So, I mean, decent amount of eliminations. In fact, each of them have 5 eliminations, which is a great help to their team. But especially with A7, that's their 2 players have 5 each, so that's more than 10 elimination points for their side. Of course, we saw the match leaderboards. Number 2 will be Weibo Gaming, and number 3 will be Papara Esports, each having 16 total points. Now, this is pretty interesting, so I want to see what this looks like against the leaderboards, because 16 points is a lot for Papara Esports, and Papara Esports I think they're quite up top in the rankings as of the moment. Weibo Gaming definitely needs these points, but it'll be a long way before they go ahead and catch up with the rest of the people. But then yeah, Weibo Gaming did get the longest elimination distance with 338 as well, so has 112 throws used, and I don't know, it's just like a lot of resources being used to their full potential. So I really love the Miramar map that we're having in this day number 2. But hopefully we see a little bit more aggression on our Miramar match number 6. And this is the overall rankings. A7 still holding on to their rank, but Papara Esports rises by 2 ranks, and unfortunately looks like VP and FL will be falling off by 1 rank each.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate here, but A7 retains the lead for now. At least it is going to be a 17-point gap coming in from them. Flash will be dropping a little bit of tumble here, as their Hail Mary run today has kind of lost its momentum and steam for now. But let's talk about how things can be improved here in this one final game here. And I think another team that I want to talk about here is going to be Alliance, because Alliance is currently in 17th position after 11 matches. That's kind of concerning, considering the fact that they got 6 points on Rondo map, and then everything else has just been complete shutdown after shutdown. And it's a little bit ironic to see Alliance, a team that has so much experience from so many years, but just could not deliver the results they were expecting. But of course, again, it is the invitationals. Things can happen. I'm looking to see what things will be happening when the global actually happens. But again, let's set that aside for now. We are going to be taking a very short break, and right after this break, we will see the final game for today. So see you guys right after this.
into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again. I lose control. Give me everything. It's what I want. Best I've ever been. I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I want. Give me what I
We're finally down to match number 6 for our day number 2. So with that, we saw what the first Miramar looked like. People were kind of playing it a little bit too safe than usual. Definitely something that we did not match up with the first few ERANGEL maps, and also even the Rondo map. There was so much aggression, but this time in Miramar, they're playing it safe. They are definitely trying new things. So we're probably going to be expecting the second Miramar map. Things will go slow as well. Either that or maybe it'll go fast, just, why not? But here, our top Miramar performers, of course, EA, VP, EA7, and VP. So that I'm pretty sure we're going to go to our predictions already. So off the bats, I'll be going with Alpha 7. I don't know why.
I'll be going for Alpha 7 as well. Let's go!
Let's go!
Most
go.
consistent team all day. Sure, I'm gonna go for Alpha 7 as well, just because they've placed top 3, top 4. Matt's don't lie, stats don't lie, and I am on 100% prediction rate for teams that do not get the chicken dinner. So, yeah, Alpha 7 will happen.
Oh,
and
this guy
went for AVG. Okay, a little bit
Alpha
of
game.
Aiden switch
Alpha-
happening here.
Okay, I respect that, guys. I respect that, but you know what's gonna be funny if they all get picked off early, but I'm just kidding. But still, hopefully,
I'm
they
gonna give
survive.
production team a little bit of a switch here. Does he want to switch Alpha 7 and make us all 3 Alpha 7? Just for the fun of it.
Nah.
I'm just gonna give like 2 minutes. What? No, sorry, I meant like 5 seconds. 5, 4. Ah! Let's go! Let's go!
Listen for you. I love
Let's see
that.
the
I love
back-to-back prediction. Let's go!
I have a bad feeling that something bad will happen to Alpha 7 for some reason because of this. I hope they
Believe.
survive because they're a decent team, okay? They don't deserve this. They don't deserve to be clowned by our predictions. But yeah, hopefully all things good will happen to them because they had such a good run so far. And of course, they got the chicken dinner that they needed as well. So hopefully this will be their second dinner. They definitely deserve it. But yes, we will be starting our Miramar map really soon. Couple of seconds left to go. As I said a while ago, really slow games for Miramar. So guys, kick your feet up, maybe get a snack. Let's continue watching our final map for day number 2.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one as well. Will Alpha 7 have one of the most consistent runs, or will we see a table topper, a potential upset, a potential drop clash? But in this case, who will know? But you know what I'm most excited for in this match? It is going to be a potential drop clash between Vampire versus Inner Circle once more. Will we see that Picado fight once again? Will we see the coffin dance once more?
Oh my gosh, that was Papara Esports, right? Okay, let's see where they drop off in, and if they get an early game engagement, then it might be possible once again. And well, I guess
Just
the flight
pay
path.
attention to Picado. We will see that happen again.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully.
true. Picado is accessible. So, okay, I don't see Vampire Esports yet. That's I8, that's Loops. I see. Okay, I see might be dropping in
Okay.
Picado once again. Okay, we're
let's
starting.
round one. Vampire, drop. Oh, here he goes. Vampire, let's go. Round 2. Let's go.
Let's go! Coffin dance, ladies and gentlemen. And Picado, oh my gosh, they really just drop off in the same area. Okay, that's fine. But I really want to see if this is gonna end well for both of them, especially with Icy. Okay, ERANGEL and SF once again going up against each other on the rooftop this time, and then this time it's getting a little bit faster. What's that, a machete? Was that a machete? Oh my gosh, that
Oh,
was
no.
disrespectful. Oh my god, I love early game engagements because you just pick up whatever. If you can pick up the tubes on the ground, you definitely use those as like weapons. I mean, not like the pick-upable tube. You just like snap off the railings or something. They definitely do that. But right now, grenades coming in. Team Flash. Ooh, Predator took a lot of damage. Not gonna be enough. Right now, not seeing Papara Esports and Icy yet.
That is an insane
Oh my
spray
gosh.
coming up. That
Team
is
Flash,
just-
dude.
what is happening
Ooh.
here with Team Flash?
Nice.
What? Balls? What?
Okay.
Okay. That is some quick reactions here coming from Flash. Seems like they don't want to chime in on the prediction as well. We should have believed in them. The pre-fire comes in and Flash, they clean them all out. Influence Rage is done for. Win is
Whew.
out for today. But very quick takedown here from Flash. But
This
while this is
one.
happening here, Picado, wait, it's not Vampire, it's these
No.
Xavier also chiming
There's
in.
Vampire. Well, there's Vampire nearby, but come on. Get out of there, Deep Savior. Get out of there. This is between Inner Circle and Papara Esports. But fine. Okay. It's going to be Deep Savior and the Inner Circle first. not much progress, but looks like IQ does have an elimination. Let's see who got picked off here. It looks like the Xavier lost one player, so I think that is the doing of IQ. And Vampire Resource just a little bit too far from Inner Circle, so might not be seeing the coffin dance that we saw a while ago. It would have been funny, but they're definitely finding something else. Okay, what is Team Flash doing? They're okay. I was gonna say something, but I don't really know what they're doing. They're just
There
carrying
we
crates.
go.
Oh my god, this is
You know what they're doing? They're burying their loots. They're securing their loots. They're trying to protect it. You know, they want to make sure that their loots do not get snatched away by other people. And yeah,
this
that's
is a ritual.
that's not a ritual. That's the definition of what we call a tea bag. Oh no! Oh no!
This is
Oh
this is
no!
disrespectful.
You know what? I'm really glad that this is not an official tournament, but oh boy, you know what would happen if this was a game called V? You would have gotten banned
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly.
You would have been gotten banned for sure. Oh, they taunted.
Oh man,
Oh,
the
okay.
Molotov.
What is
The
He
volley.
got on fire?
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Oh my gosh, the disrespect. The absolute disrespect.
oh no!
Oh, okay. It's not Vampire Esports. It was Team Flash that will be giving us a show, but I guess it's gonna be done. They had their fun, and now we're gonna be looking at what's up with the circles. It's I mean, there's a lot of teams already within the vicinity, and it looks like Virtus Pro is still towards the south. They're gonna be rotating nearby, but they're probably gonna run into Alpha Gaming later on. So we're gonna be watching out for that. But there might be progress with Inner Circles and the Xavier. Fall is gonna be falling, but it has some shin, and it looks like the Xavier finds another. Okay. Icy is falling one after the other, but it's DX that's gonna be falling first. Oh, third party,
Oh, here we
Papara
go.
Esports. Oh my gosh, and Icy is still licking their wounds. This might be a repeat. The grenade coming in. Icy's trying to fight back. IQ finds a one on the ground. Grenades coming in. Meowlag's gonna be sidestepping that easily. Noki just right by the window. VPE definitely gatekeeping this area. No, there's ASI8 nearby. I don't think we'll be seeing a coffin dance, but definitely it's going to be a Vampire Esports
Oh
versus Inner Circle.
we've got a fourth party. Lazarus almost get chipped away, and right now, Vampire's mind will be like, stay the heck out of my personal fight because this is personal right now. Vampire, they want to clean out IC, but ASI8, they are looking to try and chime in onto this fight. Noki has a little bit of an off angle to work with, but hearing gunshots from afar means that they cannot afford to be a little bit overzealous in this kind of scenarios. Who knows? Maybe IC would be able to get a pick onto his AISA, but on the elimination feed, we do have A7 also getting a couple of shots in onto his loop, and that's going to be very, very important for them. But Circle is in towards Picado vicinity as well, so there is going to be something they can do to work with. Alpha 7, however, will stock up onto the military supply route crates, stock themselves up in terms of ammunition, level 3 helmets, etc. But I don't see any weapon drops so far. And EArena was able to scout things out. Tourniquet, proned up, looking for the shots, doesn't want to commit to that yet. Knows that the moment he gives away his position, he is going to get taken out. Meanwhile, on another screen here in Minas, seems like T2K, they lose Venom in the process. And Geekay just played this very, very tactically. Nothing super crazy, nothing too super fancy. And, oh, T2K, M249. Not connecting those shots, though. A little bit unfortunate. But just like that, Geekay gonna try and clean this out. Ragnarok with those nades, no connection. But from the off angle, wait, he doesn't see it. He may have made a little bit of mistake, but doesn't matter. I've got the S12K. 2 pumps is all I need. And he's got the job done. Damage has been done. Geekay needs to reset here. They've lost Ragnarok as well, but same can be said for T2K. But can they save him is going to be the question here as well. Safji is all by himself, and Ignis says, I am going to go for the push. So he does have the isolation battle here, 1 versus 1. But does he win it is going to be the question here. UMP versus S12K. Ingenious. Trying to close the distance. Nades coming in. Safji says, you know what? I'm not going to play the gunplay. Nades is what I need, and you are going to get completely bombarded.
Ooh, I like that circle. There's a lot of teams compounding. Oh, nice. There's a lot of teams that are outside that next stage of the circle. And it's a good thing Alliance, a Geek, and even I didn't quite catch the other team. There's also Bose. Bose, the last person standing. It's quite unfortunate, but at least they managed to get away just in time. Whether or not they'll get any placement points, it's left yet to be seen. But still, 4 points from eliminations right off the bat. But being the last person standing is just a little bit too hard to go up against everyone else with full squads. But here, oh, that's nice. A shot from Ragnarok. T2K just lost Ruts over there. Might just be a knockdown, however. And here, T2K, last person standing, in fact. It's going to be a Jaya. Okay. Spots Ragnarok, a little bit of damage, that's a knockdown. Now, Geek, either they're going to be rotating to try to save Ragnarok. They'll be revealing their location to AJ rather. And so they're definitely not going to be risking that. But here, Kevin has a pretty good angle on Jaya. And Ajaya, one wrong look, and this guy is going to get picked off a little bit too soon. Safji gonna be rotating in, manages to get to Ragnarok just in time to kind of like go ahead and give a revive in. So they still have one more player within the roster, but Ajaya is still holding on to their position 10 minutes into game. So not too much pressure. We're still stage 2, but Kevin gets spotted, takes a bit of damage from Ajaya, not enough. But information has been had. Now it's gonna be the two of them trying to outshoot each other. Safji is also within another angle. Might be rotating off into the car. Enemy moving into place. Ajaya still here. And it looks like a Geek is going to be going on the aggressive. That car just yeeted itself into the building. And now they're going to be storming up. Ajaya, grenades in. I don't think that's going to help though. This is a 3 versus 1. That's a nice Molotov shot. But already Ajaya has sidestepped that. Safji going on to the second floor. Might be a 2 versus 1. The shots now did not absolutely stand a chance. Still Ragnarok managed to get downed, but still Geekay getting that domination in. And in fact, T2K will be wiped out from the map for today.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very good battle here from Geekay. But here comes another battle as well. It's going to be Weibo going up against Loops Esports for this high ground control down towards the west side. And Loops Esports seems like they do want to try and fight this, but it's taking a little bit too long. But guess what's happening here? Circle is going to shift on towards the northeast corner. And inside Picado, it's a 3-way showdown that is still happening. And I believe it's still Vampire, ASI8, and IC still stuck inside Picado. And I don't think they're going to get out anytime soon. But for now, the circle is going to shift onto the west side of Minas Generalas. On the left side, we do see a 3-way showdown between ASI8, Vampire, and IC. Still not happening. IC forced to stay all the way on the rooftop. Cannot move with muscle. Can't get out. No exit. They're just completely...
I was kind of hoping... I got hoping for that coffin dance, but I suppose it's not going to be happening. But here, we can watch Weibo Gaming and Loops instead. Well, it's going to be an open field kind of dance. Weibo Gaming, right behind this boulder. Cooking up a grenade. Going to be throwing it maybe to Rat Boy. Not going to be taking much damage. Rafina, throwing their own grenades. Just some trades here and there. Avoiding those grenades. Molotov in. I believe that was a Molotov. Not really much happening. Rafina can potentially go get some sprays in. Order does not fall, but there was a lot of connections. And still not going to be enough. Okay, Rafina was there, but did not get shot at through the smoke. K1 gonna be going into the smoke. Grenade cooking as well. Some shots in. Rafina still managing to dodge all of those bullets somehow. And there's also Rattle Boy towards the low end of this landform. They're gonna be pincered by Weibo Gaming, and that's exactly what happened. DBS to the face. Rattle Boy will be eliminated off. Believe Loops is gonna be back to one last player, and Order takes a lot of damage. This guy needs to heal up because that blue zone will be taking that guys down, but Rafina manages to finish the job. Actually, it's just a knockdown here. Weibo Gaming attempting this 90-degree shot, and in fact that just works out just like that. That is a Loops getting eliminated off as a 12 team. Now we're down to 11 teams, and still Papara Esports and IC at a standstill. Lazarus at the bottom of the stairwell. IQ quite low on health, losing a bit of health. With that blue zone, gonna be forcing their hands to move, and it looks like IC's getting sprayed out. But still, Sunjin Woo with the DBS, absolutely insane. I thought this thing got nerfed, but apparently not. Still taking a lot of damage. Noki gets knocked down as well. And that is it for Inner Circle. I don't think we'll be seeing a coffin dance since this is a stage 3 blue zone, but let's see.
Yeah, but Vampire Esports cleans out Picado. AISA, the abandoned ship from Picado, they completely bailed out of it, but VPE was able to continue the fight, and that is going to be the confirmation in towards Picado for now. Meanwhile, inside the zone here, Alpha Gaming going to be playing on the inside here. Let's fight Alpha 7, and here we go. Alpha 7 goes for a couple, well, in this case, Alpha Gaming goes for a couple sprays. Carrillo gets scouted out. Here comes the shot, and he's gonna get shot from the back. Carrillo may have won the battle against Doc, but Refuse was able to trade him off to save his life. So it seems like they are gonna try to pick him up for now. But Refuse is stuck in the corner. Gui's out. Wants to try and save him for now. Unfortunately, can't seem to do so. They are about to bleed out to the zone as well, as VPE gonna be trying to make a mad dash from outside the zone with bandages at hand. Stage 4 is about to begin its mark here. Can they survive? Yes, they can. Barely makes it. Vampire makes it the zone, but the fight at hand. Here comes Refuse with the bite back. This is such a awkward fight here, as Alpha Gaming looks to be somehow trying to provide a little bit of support fire, but Alpha 7 is out here. Seems like all our predictions are wrong, but I'm just going to give production the benefit as well, because Alpha Gaming is still in play. ESIA gets picked off, but Alpha Gaming was the original prediction from production. So if Alpha Gaming wins the chicken dinner here, that's 3-0 for all of us. Me and you, Annie. That's a concern.
It's okay. I accepted the fact that I'm never good at like the predictions kind of thing. But over here, of course, Bridges Pro, still a 4-man team. Pretty good survivability. Now they're at the graveyard. Hopefully they won't be joining the people in the graveyard down 6 feet under. Over here, yes, 7 teams left. It's gonna be VP, Alpha Gaming, Thundertalk, EArena, Weibo Gaming, Geek, and Alliance. Most of them still 4-man team. Some of them at 3. So still fair chance for everyone to snag that chicken dinner for themselves, especially since this is the last map. I'm surprised they're not throwing this, because usually that's what happens in last map. But here we're gonna be seeing EArena going to be joining in through the cars, but immediately getting shot at by Alliance. Let's see how that ends up with them. Weibo Gaming joins in as well. We'll be cooking up some grenades, cooking up some smokes. Even have some guns nearby, but Order's gonna be rotating near into the area. This looks like deja vu. EArena loves digging a hole and like hiding in a trench for some reason, but they're gonna be exchanging a bunch of grenades. Sakura manages to get away with a little bit of health. Order is down to half health. Neyuzi is also nearby, throwing some grenades. Not gonna be hitting anyone. And just a standoff between the teams. Ooh, almost finished them off. Aragon almost gets picked off. Manages to get away just in time, and Aragon gets credited for that elimination as well. But Sakura, they're not going to be doing too hot. 6042 finds that knockdown. Let's see if they can get confirmation on that. But right now, Mabel Gaming, they're concerned with watching out for VP as well as EArena. So they probably need like eyes at the back of their head at this rate. There's just too many things to look out for. But the next circle is going to come up, and then it looks like Geek has most of the buildings, and Alliance already positioned towards the open field. And so everyone else, especially those in this three-way situation, will have to wrap this up really quickly. It looks like Weibo Gaming will be losing most of their players, and the eliminations will go through either EArena or VP. They're kind of like, you know, that like a halving, like giving elimination points to themselves. But of course, EArena's still up in the game. VP nearby. Alliance trying to be the third party in this situation. Some bullets trying to come in, but it's not gonna be connecting towards the players of Virtus Pro. AJ, you gotta steady your hand, man. You gotta steady your hand. Not much connecting, but still, it was a good try with the 8x scope. So definitely need to steady their shots. It would be a really good time to go ahead and position yourselves with a really great sniper rifle. But over here, yes, the EA as well as the Virtus Pro. 4 versus 3. The cars are definitely gonna help. Okay, it looks like Nayuzi's gonna be going to a very close. I don't know what this guy was planning, but yes, they get punished immediately by VP, but 30K, Sakura using that to their advantage, taking them by surprise. One after the other, trade after trade. Sakura is going to be backing away, but still Virtus Pro has most of their teams up. In fact, they're just needing the revive for themselves. Vasan is kind of losing a bit of health now. It's just Sakura that they have to deal with. But slowly but surely, Alliance is also attempting to get some sort of points from this situation. It looks like Alliance will be throwing some grenades in, trying to steal that kill, and Sakura will be credited to 6042, and with that, EArena will be wiped out from the map.
Yeah, Alliance doing a fantastic job and just holding down the fort for now, but Virtus Pro, they are taking a lot of serious heavy fire for now. Alliance hunkering down the buildings for a long time here. They've got 2 eliminations in the back, but from afar, we do have a lot of teams coming in to try and third party this to snatch some points away. But we're down to the final 5 teams. But unfortunately, consistency for Alpha 7 not going to be making it part of the top 5 for now. But Alpha Gaming in play here, and they are going to be playing from the east side for now. But as of yet, TTA, they all have to push through Alliance. Alliance, one of the obstacles they have to go through. But the problem is, look at this. Alliance, they don't have any line of sight. Or I would say not any, but they do have line of sight. Just not proper line of sight to just fully gatekeep Thundertalk Gaming from rotating past them as well. Like Virtus Pro is the only ones that do have a proper line of sight. But even then, look at this. They've got smoke, they've got ditches, they've got a couple of vehicles to work with. And all Virtus Pro's needs is a Hail Mary knock onto his Alliance, and they will drive off past him. And this is going to be a very tricky situation, but Virtus Pro, I think they are afraid of the teams on top of the mountains here from the horizon itself. So that's going to be Geek as well as APG that has a line of sight on them. So that's going to be a tricky situation with them. But for now, it's all about waiting games. Alliance, all they need to do is just wait. They're inside the zone. And TT Gaming, they've decided to rotate to the east side instead, to back off instead. Thundertalk Gaming. The world entry from the east side instead. Alliance is there's no reason to push towards them. No reasons whatsoever. As of yet, they're pretty much stuck in the ditch. And Alpha Gaming, they're still leaving Zayo on the highest point in the mountain here to try and get as much pressure as he can before they push through. And Virtus Pro, they're going for the push. They get shut down. What a drop shot here from 6042.
Lots of sprays coming in from all for one. Howden's gonna be falling, but it has a Vasan rather. And Alliance all for one. Throwing in Molotov in. The Yan is gonna be falling with the SMG. My lawyer getting treated off as well. 6042 is on fire. What is happening over here? And with that, Alliance, it looks like this might be the end for BP. It's just gonna be Vasan right now, 2 versus 1. the second floor. And the Molotov is gonna be finishing them off just like that. And with that, we're down to 4 teams. Alliance, doing a good job, but right now it's gonna be Thundertalk coming in as the third party. But I don't know if they're gonna be doing well because Alliance is still doing really well. They're still up by a lot of health, and now Thundertalk's just trying to see if they can get a really nice entry to this situation. Of course, Thundertalk's still a 4-man team. There's just King, kind of lounging in the farther part of this map. Definitely trying to give more information, like bird's eye view information, up against Alliance, but they're not gonna be getting the information that they need. Alliance is definitely just hiding out in this building. They're not going on the aggressive as of this moment. Thundertalk, I think they're gonna be trying something. There's a grenade in hand of Neko Dive, but after that grenade is thrown, definitely things are gonna start moving about. But in regards to where everyone else is, Alliance and Thundertalk is here, but Alpha Gaming and Geek are still within the game, somewhere out there in the map. But nonetheless, it's just gonna be a lot of tension between Thundertalk Gaming and Alliance as of the moment. Just a bunch of smokes being expended. Alliance, there's a Molotov being cooked up. Okay, there's some fire on the floor, but it's not gonna be hitting anyone. It's just maybe a warning shot. And grenade cooking by 6042 towards AJ. Let's see if it deals a bit of damage. That's actually a knockdown. And 6042 gonna close in right at the face. Let's see if they're gonna be finishing this job in. The Molotov's just gonna be helping this out. Goes prone. Thundertalk throws a grenade. All for one gonna be storming in as well, but there's a little bit of fire. Might be a little bit hard in the terrain. Just gonna be exchanging. Looks like Hamdulillah is gonna be falling by the grenade. That's 2 down inside Thundertalk, but immediately there is a trade-off as well. It's gonna be all for one's gonna be falling, but Alliance managing to finish off one. Neko Dive still alive. King is still within the vicinity, gonna be closing in, rotating into the area, trying to help Neko Dive. These are potential elimination points for Alliance, and there's still a chance for Thundertalk to kind of revive CT as well. So it's just a stand of 3 versus 3. All for one, a little bit low on health, and King does not see that through the smoke, emerged out and eliminated them off. Now it's just up to Neko Dive as of this moment for Thundertalk, because CT just got finished off, and now Neko Dive, it's gonna be potential 1 versus 1, depending if Hamdulillah is gonna be revived at this situation. There's a lot of time, especially since Neko Dive is probably gonna be playing it safe. Okay, attempt on the revive. Neko Dive, they could go in, but they don't have a lot of information, so Blue Zone's putting a lot of pressure. I don't think Hamdulillah is gonna get picked off here.
Oh no!
Okay, now it is. Unfortunately, the play zone will be taking Hamdulillah just as they got revived. Okay, 6042 is probably gonna be finishing this job, but not before Neko Dive steals that elimination point. Still, 6042 had a little bit more of an advantage, and with that, Alliance will be picked up. But unfortunately, it just leaves Alliance in the last player. But Alpha Gaming, Ruthless, nice knockdown. What is happening? Ruthless has very low health, but that does not stop him. We're trying to take out another player from Geek. Oh, nice one. Nice shots coming in. Not even minding that they're so low on health. Now it is a 2 versus 3 rather. 3 versus 1. Alpha Gaming with the numbers advantage. I think we know how this is gonna end.
Oh boy, Alpha Gaming gonna look for the cleanup as well. Like I said, 3v1, right? Ragnarok, last player left. That's gonna be the cleanup, and Alpha Gaming gets the chicken dinner. They do get themselves 2 chicken dinners in today itself, and what a domination game for today itself. But all things considered here, we do see a lot of rivalries happening. We do see a lot of entertaining moments here in day 2. And I'm looking forward to see even more. But for now, Alpha Gaming is the ones that close things out with a bang today. 2 chicken dinners in hand. And surprise, surprise, another team that got 2 chicken dinners today is going to be Flash Gaming. But all things considered, consistency is key. And Alpha Gaming was able to get 2 back-to-backs in Miramar. So I'm, well, not back-to-backs in Miramar, but still very, very good games for them. I'm looking forward to see more for them.
And you made production lose on the predictions. You made them change to Alpha 7. Alpha Gaming was right.
Think about it this way. Right. I know for a fact that production's prediction is really, really spot on. You know what? In order to make them lose, we gotta make them join our side, man. Like sometimes, if you want to win, you gotta make them lose.
That's the mind
make it
manipulation,
hurt.
the gaslighting.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
gaslighting, the manipulation. I love that. I think we're gonna get like sabotaged later on. Probably should stop, but still. Congratulations once again to Alpha Gaming. What an amazing last map for our day number 2 of the grand final. So, I mean, there were a lot of amazing moments today. There was Team Flash from rank number 7 all the way to rank number 1. They kind of fell off in the end. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like, but still, it's an amazing feat to kind of witness, you know? And then now, Alpha Gaming with E7 as well. Really good run for a lot of teams. Of course, Influence Rage with their amazing chicken dinner as well, and lots of moments, especially Songjin Woo on the first RONDO map with their solo questing, kind of trying to get eliminations for themselves, and also towards, I believe, the first Miramar map where they were just hiding in the bush, and of course some other funny moments, you know, the dancing and like the crates and stuff. Lots of entertaining things in day number 2. I gotta give credit to the players for absolutely being such a good sports. But over here, yes, the head-to-head is Safji from Geek and ERANGEL from Virtus Pro, and it's just a little bit of a change in the eliminations, more on the side of ERANGEL, and damage actually goes to Safji like by a lot, almost times 2. And the team contribution, yes, it just depends on how many eliminations your team has, but MVP of the match will be Alliance's Olio. I'm not sure. I don't remember an Olio, but yes, they have 7 eliminations and 1,154 damage, and of course, it's quite amazing because Alliance suddenly pops off. They were kind of just at the bottom of the leaderboards for the longest time, and I'm just really glad to see that they're finally, surviving all the way to maybe almost the end of the game, getting the placement points that they need, and as well as their eliminations.
Yeah, another team. I think 2 players really stand out here in this top performance here. It's going to be Safji and Reviews as well. Safji has been stepping up with a lot of cheeky off angles here coming from Geekay. And Geekay has also made a little bit of a mark here for day number 2. In particular, that they are a team that you cannot underestimate with here. They won a couple of major fights as well. APG, obviously, Refuse has been playing really well as a backline support. He's been trading very efficiently as well, which is something that I'm really liking to see here. But Alliance, small little bounce back coming from them here. A whole day completely shut down from them. But this final game, they do get themselves a little bit of 15 points here. But again, 6 more games to go for tomorrow. There's a lot of things that they need to work on before they prepare for the bigger stage. But Geekay, consistent stuff. Virtus Pro, somewhat consistent. EArena is great. But let's talk about Inner Circle here. They've got 4 eliminations in this game despite being shut down by Vampire Esports. So it feels like Vampire Esports may have won the battle but lost the war in this game. But it's only 1 point difference. Either ways, both teams are hurting, I would say.
Fair. That's fair. It's fine, you know. It is the last map. Maybe there's just a little bit of fatigue coming in from the teams. Definitely the tide of the games and even the performances of the team was starkly different from what we've seen in RONDO and the ERANGELs as well. But it's fine. We totally respect the teams right now. And this was our last match for this day number 2. And so with that, that was it for our day number 2. There will be only 6 more chances, and that would be the last 6 maps for the day number 3 of the grand final. So I mean, there was just so many amazing moments today. And of course, yesterday was just a whole different game and a whole different day, rather. There's just so many changes in the leaderboards that happened. I mean, there's a lot of sudden, sharp, like, rises in ranks, and there's also some teams that kind of fell off since yesterday, and there's also some teams steadily, climbing slowly, silently but surely as well. So there are a lot of nice moments, and I hope to see maybe a little bit more improvements from the other team tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. But for now, we have to be concluding from day number 2 here. First and foremost, we'd like to thank all of you guys watching and everything. But before we send you guys off, let's talk about the overall MVPs for today's match so far. The overall MVP for the game is still none other than Sung-Jin Woo. And he's got himself 35 eliminations through the span of 12 games in total. So, well, who am I kidding? He is the unkillable. He is the immortal. Like, sure, man. Like, he's died a few times, but he always rises up. So I'm glad to see that he's still maintaining the lead. But I'm curious to see who is close to actually challenging him for now. That's gonna be my question.
Yeah, I mean, Sung-Jin Woo, absolute legend that he is. I mean, even if we say overall MVP, we saw how he moved throughout the maps today. It's just understandable. This guy got the MVP overall. But second is gonna be A7's Rev. Third would be FL's Tops. Fourth will be Ergun from VP, and of course number 5 will be Vaston from VP. So there's a lot of different teams with the representing themselves in the MVP. In particular, Virtus Pro has 2 team members having that spotlight, and I think that has a lot to do with how they performed in day number 1, especially since they got to 70 points. So that's like at least more than 10 points per map that happened yesterday. But Virtus Pro, they struggled just a little bit today. Maybe it's because the scales tipped just a little bit to Team Flash today. But right now, yes, the overall fraggers we saw that a while ago, Sung-Jin Woo, Tops, Rev, Ergun, and Top from Alpha Gaming, W Top from Alpha Gaming. So decent amount of eliminations. In fact, Sung-Jin Woo finally has 35 eliminations as well, and these are our overall rankings. Still, Alpha 7 sitting up top at number 1. VP regaining their not really number 1, but at least they're number 2 right now. VPE drops by 1 rank, and we have Alpha Gaming as well as Team Flash coming in. Those are our top 5s.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. But the gap is going to be very, very close for you for the championship so far. Or in this case, the champion of the Ruthless Invitationals thus far. So A7 retaining a healthy slot. Virtus Pro also making a little bit of comeback. But again, anything can happen in day number 3, right? Think about this way. We saw one of the biggest comebacks so far. And that's going to be done by Flash so far. They did it. 31 points in Rondo, 26 points in ERANGEL, 14 points in 9 points. Just like that, they rack up like 31, 26, 14. That's almost 80 points-ish in total. Just in 6 games just so far. So that's just insane stuff coming in from them. Hopefully it's going to be for a little bit better here. But unfortunately to say, let's talk about teams in the latter half as well. So Weibo Gaming did a little bit of a bounce back here in match 11. He was 16 points, which isn't too bad coming from them. 13 points for Rondo, 16 points in Miramar, but everything else has just been a complete flat drop. Loops did a little bit of recovery in ERANGEL, but again, to catch up for the number 1 spot, still a very, very far fetch. But again, I think I have to give credit towards Geekay as well, considering that the amount of obstacles that they had to go through in terms of drop clashes in ERANGEL and winning majority of those drop clashes. I would say, number 10 isn't too bad. Still way miles away from number 1 spot though. But yeah, I would say miles, like at least half a mile.
Half a mile away. Half a mile away from the number 1 spot. I mean, they're at the number 1 spot on page number 2, but it's fine. Team trajectory, yes, day number 1. Oh my gosh. This is the absolutely insane statistic that we have. Rank number 17, day number 1. Day number 2 is rank number 1. Eliminations from 17 going to 54. Average damage 666 going to 1567. Team Flash is just something else. I feel like they're whole different people today rather than yesterday. I don't know what happened, but whatever's happening, it's very welcomed, and I really hope to see the same sort of consistency tomorrow for Team Flash. Not the latest maps, maybe map number 1, map number 2. The Team Flash that played in map number 1, map number 2, we hope to see them tomorrow because those guys made things happen. It made things happen.
Hey, they definitely made history for sure here. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here for tomorrow. But all things considered here, I've seen amazing games. I've had a lot of fun here. But for now, for those guys watching at home, it has been a late day. We hope you guys enjoyed yourself for all these matches so far. But we do remember to come back and support your favorite teams tomorrow as well, because we will have the remaining 6 matches that is going to be happening tomorrow. Same place, same time. And we're going to be signing out here. My name is ICBaby12 and she is... yeah, this side, right?
Annie.
Okay.
And we will be seeing
Eddie,
you tomorrow for our day number 3 grand finals. And so with that, we will be concluding the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be seeing you soon tomorrow, in fact, at the same time. So hopefully we see you again. So for now, goodbye.
Step into the ring. Step
see